Today is Thursday, February 16th. We have 4 items on the agenda today. Before we get going, I will be chairing the first 2, Gordon the third and Michael the fourth. My name is Meg Graham. The 3 of us are co-chairs of the design review panel. Before we get going, though, I'm going to hand it over to Christina Reinders to do the land acknowledgement, please.
Thanks, Meg. Just sharing my screen. Okay, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with agenda item 1, 200 University Avenue. Welcome everyone and thank you for participating. This is an OPA rezoning and SPA application as well as the first review of the project. We have an hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review. It is a formal review session and there will be a vote taken at the end. Staff have 10 minutes for their presentation. This will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant. Discussion will follow both of these presentations. The session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. I am now going to do a roll call, and when I call your name, please confirm that you are participating in the review and let me know that you don't have a conflict of interest with the project, or whether you do, I should say. Okay, so I am going to start with Gordon Stratford.
Here, no conflict.
Michael Leckman.
Present, no conflict.
Dima Cook, are you participating? No? Okay. Ralph Giannoni.
Here, no conflict.
Jim Goff.
Here, no conflict.
Heather Rolston.
Here, no conflict.
Paul Kulig.
Present, no conflict.
Wonderful. Have I missed anybody? No.
It's Eladia Smoke. I'm here and no conflict.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eladia.
Mm-hmm.
Eladia. Making a note. Okay. Some reminders before we get started. For panel members, don't forget the staff questions and to provide commentary on both issues of concern and appreciation. I will give a 1-minute verbal signal to wrap up your presentation when you have 1 minute left. And without further ado, if we could please start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. My name is Nassim Adab, and I'm the urban designer assigned to the proposed application at 200 University Avenue. I also have Susan McAlpin, the senior community planner here, with Kristen Fott, the heritage planner. A quick overview of the proposed development. It's a tower proposal. The proposed height is 186 meters, 51 stories plus mechanical penthouse. The existing building, which is 16 stories, including mechanical penthouse, is proposed to be conserved. It's the mixed-use proposal, and the total FSI is 27, and the GFA is 48,500 square meter. The proposed unit number is 478 units. And as you can see with the numbers provided here, there are vehicle parking spaces provided for both office, residential, and same with parking spaces for bicycles. The subject site is within downtown and central waterfront area. It is also located in the financial district. It is designated as mixed-use areas in the downtown plan, and as you can see, it is next to Kingsfordana secondary plan area, which is designated as regeneration area. It is also very close to a number of transit lines, including the Queen Street West and Adelaide Street West streetcar line, and it's along University Avenue subway line. The site area is about 1,700 square meters. The frontage along University is 46 meters, 33 meters along Richmond Street West, and 45 meters along Simcoe. The existing office building is a 16-story modernist building, and it was listed by City Council on June 17 and 18, 1991. It is also close to a number of listed and under review buildings with potential with heritage attributes. And the closest one is 250 University, which is located here, exactly north of the subject site. And there is an approved application on that property as well. The subject site is also very close to Queen Street HCD, which is shown here with the beige color. The as of right zoning allows for commercial and residential uses. The permitted height is 76 meters, and the permitted maximum GFA is 21,000 square meters, 20,500 square meters of which can be residential. So I will be going through a number of views, starting with bird's eye views. The subject site is highlighted in red boundary. This is looking south on University Avenue. Now looking southwest on University Avenue. And again, you can see the kind of a ceremonial aspect and civic characteristic of University Avenue from these views. And it is also important to mention that the subject site is close to a number of important places such as Osgood Hall, Four Seasons Center, and a number of hotels. Another view looking southeast, and again, you can see its close proximity to Roy Thompson Hall, Four Seasons, City Hall, and Osgood Hall. A closer view of the subject site so you can see the irregular shape of it. And now looking southeast. Going through some street views, this is looking south along University Avenue, and there's a key map on the right-hand side if you want to locate the camera. Looking north along University Avenue, again, you can see the kind of civic characteristic of this street, which is also one of the great streets as per the downtown plan. Looking west along Richmond Street West, it's close to intersection of University and Richmond Street West, and now looking east from the same street. Now moving to Simcoe Street, looking north, and you can see that it's abutting the King Spadina secondary plan area on the left. And now focusing on the frontages along Richmond Street and University Avenue, specifically University Avenue. You can see that there is a small plaza in front of the building, and people use that as a part of that retail space. I have highlighted that rectangular space in green in this drawing. This is an important heritage attribute of the property, and this office building was one of the first office developments in Toronto that had such plazas. And now the proposed application is looking at filling some of that space with retail space, which you can see on the right side, and the remainder of that green space will be, it has been shown in this rectangular here on the top right corner of the slide. So this is one of the issues of focus that we definitely would like to hear panel's opinion about. The public realm conditions along Simcoe Street, you can see that it's not very like vital. It doesn't really create a good connection with the public realm. And also along Richmond Street, you can see that we have some planters and not really enough space for a tree planting zone. We obviously use a number of planning policies, including the provincial policies, Ontario planning legislation, provincial policy statement, and a place to grow. And needless to say that one of the most important documents that we use is the official plan, which provides policies ranging from heritage, housing, transit, and environment. And one of the important policies from the official plan that applies to the site is the policies in relation to the path network. So I've shown the approximate location of the subject here with the red square, and you can see it is very close to the path network, and it has a great potential to be connected and expanded to this very important network of Toronto's. And as you can see, there are policies in the official plan that talks about developments that are encouraged to be connected and to the path network and kind of contribute to the expansion of it. The subject set is also within the downtown core, and many of the downtown secondary plan policies apply to it. As previously said, it is within financial district, and I will quickly go through some of these important policies. The policies in the financial district section says opportunities to increase non-residential uses within the financial district will be protected to support the future prosperity of the city. It also says development in this district will be encouraged to provide a net gain of gross floor area for office uses and ensure no net loss of office and non-residential gross floor area. It also says that these developments will contribute to a diverse, cohesive, and animated public realm to improve the pedestrian experience by animating the space at grade and improving and expanding the existing pedestrian and open space network. The subject set is designated as mixed-use area in the downtown plan, and mixed-use areas will have a diverse range of building typologies, including tall buildings, and the developments in these areas will be supportive of intensification, suitable for a downtown growth area, and it usually has the tallest build form in it. The subject set is very close to Osgood Hall open space, which is one of the some protected parks in the downtown plan. And the policy says that new developments will adequately limit net new shadow as measured from March 21st to September 21st between 10:18 to 4:18 p.m. It is also, the subject set is also located along University Avenue, one of the great streets as per the downtown plan. The policies state that great developments along great streets will enhance their civic role and improve mobility. It also says public realm improvements on the great street will create a unified streetscape while reinforcing the identity and distinct character and heritage value of such streets. They should also improve the scale of pedestrian clearway and prioritize tree planting. We also use a number of design guidelines, including tall building design guidelines that talk about where tall buildings belong. It talks about transition to lower scale neighborhoods, minimizing shadow and protecting views, and also talks about floor plate sizes and appropriate separation distances. Another important guideline document is the Growing Up Guidelines that talks about how developments can accommodate families. And also it elaborates on the size of 2 and 3 bedroom units and their mixes, and also children-friendly facilities and amenity spaces. The subject site, as shown here with the red star, is also very close to the flight path. And as you can see, it has a bit of an overlap with it. And this is something that we're looking at with the applicant. There are a number of active applications, recently built building or under construction buildings along University Avenue, which I will go through now. The subject site here has been shown with the red star, and other applications have been shown with the yellow. Starting with 250 University Avenue, which is exactly and immediately north of the subject site. It is an approved application. It's a 47-story building with 162-meter height. 480 University Avenue at a height of 206 meters, 55 stories, it's completed and constructed. 481 University Avenue, 55 stories, 184 meters, the rezoning has been approved. 426 University Avenue, 42 stories and 130 meters, it has been constructed and completed.
Nazim, 1 minute left.
Sure. 700 University Avenue, approved for rezoning, 57 stories. 522 University Avenue, over 200 meters, 62 stories and under review. And finally, 505 University, 64 stories, and we will talk about this later. So by that, I move to the issues of focus. So we would like to hear about, panel's opinion about the following issues of focus: the relationship of the proposed tower, its size and design, and the proposed retail addition along University Avenue with the shape, form, and materiality of the existing heritage building and its attributes and character. The height, scale, and massing, sorry, that was my phone, the 10-minute, the height, scale, and massing of the proposed tower in the context of University Avenue as an important civic corridor. The relationship of the proposed tower with the immediate context, especially with Shangri-La Hotel in terms of setbacks, separation distance, and building face. The impact of the proposed retail space on the University Avenue public realm. The impact of the proposed retail space on existing public art and architectural features at Shangri-La Hotel. And finally, public realm enhancement and streetscape improvement along all streets. And by that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nazim. We are now going to move to the consultant presentation. If you could please introduce yourselves in advance of starting.
Okay, I'm Chris Kaus of KPMB Architects. I'm a founding principal of KPMB, and I'll be representing our client, GWL Realty Advisors, today. Tony?
Tony Volpentesta, partner at Bousfields. I'm the planning consultant. I'm here in an observing role, also available to answer questions as necessary.
Thank you.
Agnes and Rabia?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Agnes Hewan. I am the Director of Planning and Development at GWL. And I'm the Associate Development Manager.
Thank you. All right, you'll have 15 minutes to do your presentation. Please, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Meg. As many of you know, a significant portion of KPMB's portfolio involves respectful additions and adaptations to both modern and traditional heritage properties. And I've delivered a number of these projects, including renovations to Roy Thompson Hall and more recently renovations and additions to Massey Hall. 200 University is an important modern heritage building that's very much worth preserving, and our approach reflects the need to preserve both the appearance and the legibility of John C. Parkin's design. In a funny, quirky coincidence, I began my career working for John C. Parkin, the designer of 200 University. So I feel a deep connection and sympathy with this building. So I won't repeat any of the principles that are listed on this slide. Hopefully you've had a chance to read them, and hopefully the implementation of these will become evident as we proceed through the deck. I don't think we have ERA on board, but ERA has been consulting on heritage on the project and supports the approach. I wanted to highlight some of the heritage pedigree of 200 University, which compares favorably to SOM's inland steel building, constructed around the same time. Sorry, Neil's there. Both buildings articulate the functional significance of their components, differentiating servant from served spaces. Inland steel's core is located outward of its office floors and articulated as a separate vertical mass to the rear side of the building, while 200 University's mechanical penthouse floats above the tower as a separate mass on top of the building. Both adopt the same external pilaster structure to clear the office floor plate of columns. But perhaps most importantly for Toronto architectural history was the fact that John C. Parkin defied the University Avenue zoning bylaw of the time that forced buildings to step back starting at the 10th floor, resulting in wedding cake massing, which Parkin saw as antiquated and inappropriate. Well, 200 University represents an important moment in Canadian modernism and was very forward-looking when completed in 1961. It doesn't meet the promise of what has become a very urban, strategically located and transit-rich site. The unusual curtain wall design, which placed the supporting mullions external to the building to strengthen the verticality of its composition, makes for an extremely energy-intensive envelope. 200 University was at one time connected to a one-story banking pavilion that occupied the pink area on this slide. This was also part of John C. Parkin's design and establishes a direct historical precedent for the single-story base element we're proposing. In addition, the area this element provided at grade offers a key opportunity for us to recover commercial area to help meet the city's OPA 231 mandate. It also offers an opportunity to bring the development closer to the street and provide animation along the University Avenue sidewalk. Excuse me, I'm stumbling today. One of our principles for working with the existing building was to preserve the appearance of as much of the existing exterior as possible, to keep it as a legible artifact while recovering important historical features like the luminous penthouse wrapper and the non-mirrored glazing. The building envelope also needs to be reconstructed to meet a level of thermal performance that is in keeping with the reality of a decarbonizing world. A very significant determinant of the design for the proposed building was finding a structural strategy that could feasibly preserve the original expression of the exterior, bringing the enormous loads of a tall tower down through and around the building to reach bedrock without compromising both the aesthetics and functionality of the building was a singular challenge. The strategy developed with Untitled involves an almost surgical removal of the entire core of the building and replacement with a new core extending down to bedrock. However, this core alone cannot deal with the lateral loading and is supplemented by engaging and strengthening the existing exterior pilasters while maintaining the existing scale of their enclosures on the exterior. Two slides here. Back one. The structural strategy was also delimited by an effort to preserve the utility and functionality of many parts of the existing building. This was particularly true for the existing office levels, where preservation of the office floor area to meet the OPA 231 mandate constrained the size and configuration of the new core. In addition, preservation of the compact layout of the existing ramp access and parking levels was critical to providing parking in the new development. The architectural massing strategy for the development is driven by a stance of deference to the existing building. We've endeavored to preserve the image of the building as a legible whole and stand above it with a new tower. At grade, the addition recalls the former banking pavilion that was part of Parkin's design. To complement the strong verticality of the original building's expression, we've extended the pilasters through the height of the new tower above to create a strong relationship between the heritage building and the addition. We're trying to create the image of a composite building of strongly interrelated but distinct masses. We want the residential tower to have a strong affinity with the existing while being legibly separate and of another era. The height of the residential tower addition is constrained by the underside of the St. Mike's Air Ambulance corridor that crosses a very small portion of the site. This coincides with a height that produces very little net new shadow on the Osgoode Hall lawn when measured against the as-of-right shadow that the Four Seasons Opera House site could have created, represented in the line in pink on the slide. It should be noted that the approved tower addition on top of 250 University to the north is not plotted in these shadow studies, but would contribute additional shadow to that shown on the Osgoode lawn. I think this view speaks to the scale of the proposed tower as being in keeping with the Shangri-La to the south, which is taller but has a similar floor plate size. The ghosted figure in this slide, circling here, represents what we understand to be the approved addition to 250 University. There's an alignment plane along the west side of University Avenue that is shared by a number of buildings, including 200 University, the former Bank of Canada to the north, the portico of the Canada Life building, and a number of its neighbors to the north of that together create a legible yet quite porous street wall. 200 University is located at the southern terminus of the street wall, and we feel that the addition should reinforce and monumentalize this plane at its southmost point, where University begins to bend towards Union Station. In this view, you can get a sense of the legibility of the original building within the overall massing. Although it is difficult to differentiate the termination of the existing pilasters and the beginning of the new, the intent is for there to be a clear distinction of either materiality, color, or both, so that there is no confusion between existing and new. The additions at grade are intended to bring life, animation, and a gentler scale to the University Avenue sidewalk. The single-story addition extends the height of the Shangri-La podium and similarly brings life to its roof surface with tree planters and a deck. While bringing a sense of continuity with the street frontage of the Shangri-La, the addition is cut back to reveal a partial view of Zhang Huan's rising sculpture to the south. The addition is held back from the Richmond Street corner to reveal the original loggia design and recessed glass line of the ground floor. The existing mechanical penthouse lantern of 200 University creates an opportunity for a shared amenity floor that can serve both residential and commercial occupants of the property. The new mechanical equipment serving the commercial floors is located in the base of the new residential tower above, allowing adaptive reuse of the original penthouse volume to create two convening spaces with views to the city on three sides and access to roof decks on the east and west. The intent of these spaces is to recover Parkin's luminous volume on top of 200 University while creating convivial rooms and a catering kitchen that can be booked throughout the day, similar to the Globe and Mail's rooftop spaces at 351 King Street West. I'll do a quick walkthrough of the plans. The colors here are to help distinguish the integration of both commercial and residential components into the lower portions of the building. White areas are shared services. You can see that rooftop amenity space at the second floor and the typical office floor plan with a slightly enlarged core. Floors 13 and 14 of the original building are converted to amenity uses for residential, including an exterior roof deck wrapping the 14th floor. Floor 15 is the shared amenity level of which I spoke, and you can see the roof decks accessible from the convening spaces at the north and south ends. The residential floors are laid out, sorry, there we go. The residential floors are laid out with a mix of unit sizes. Virtually all of the bedrooms are adjacent to the exterior wall. And you can see the air ambulance corridor line at the northwest corner of the roof level. Rooftop mechanical equipment is located within a screened enclosure in the middle of the roof area where the white is. The first two levels of below grade are predominantly residential areas with bicycle storage on the first level below grade and lockers on the B2 level. And the existing parking levels are split between office and residential, with office parking spaces in the upper two levels and residential in the lower two levels. Parking count is reduced from the existing because the structural reinforcement of the existing columns reduces the dimension between columns. And you can sort of see in these plans how those columns are jacketed to take the new loads coming down the existing exterior pilasters from above. As I mentioned, floors 13 and 14 of the existing building are utilized as residential amenity floors. Floor 15 in pink is the shared amenity floor housed in the former mechanical penthouse lantern floor of the building. Unfortunately, the number of existing services located under the sidewalks on the three sides of the site pretty much preclude the creation of planting pits for street trees. We're trying to do a daylighting exercise to confirm that, but early indications are that it's very difficult. We are proposing to add planters to the existing raised podium edges of the building as a way to contribute street level greenery. Taking loading off of the street on the Simcoe Street frontage will help to civilize the environment on this side of the building and reduce the danger to northbound cyclists on the east side of the street. And the second floor roof offers an opportunity to create additional plantings close to grade that will help bring some greenery to the space of University Avenue. This slide speaks to the appropriateness of the height of the proposed development and shows the alignment of the single-story addition at grade with podium elements of the Shangri-La development. Interestingly, the tower spacing among the three towers shown is almost equal. This slide speaks to the relationship of the proposed addition to the Shangri-La in terms of setback on University, public realm, and the public artwork. In keeping with the original banking pavilion, the retail addition holds the street line, bringing needed animation to this portion of University. As noted previously, the corner of the addition is held back at grade to create a notch, revealing part of the artwork. The Shangri-La glass cube remains highly visible from points north on University.
1 minute left, Chris.
Great, I'm on my last slide.
I saw that.
I won't go through the sustainable features except to say that we have established an ambitious objective for the existing building to maintain its appearance while radically improving the performance of the glazing systems. And discussions are underway with on WAVE to integrate this low carbon energy source into the new building systems. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the city again for their presentation. We'll now move into questions of clarification. We have 7 minutes for that, so panel members, please keep your questions succinct and same to the respondents. Succinct answers are best at this point. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, we're going to start with Paul, then go to Heather, and then Dima. That's what I see so far. So Paul, if you could start us off, please.
I'll just ask two questions. The first is around the typical floor plates. If you could just give us a sense on dimensions, both overall and sort of the leasable space, I guess, on the office floors. And then second question, is the intention that the residential component would be condo or rental?
The answer to the second question is yes. At the moment, my client has not determined whether they will be residential or condominium. Great West Life is disposed primarily towards rental properties in keeping with their the insurance-based funding of their developments, but I think they are trying to keep their options open at the moment, and so I'm afraid I can't lock that one down specifically. In terms of the gross floor area, it's roughly a 7,000 square foot floor, so relatively small by today's standards, where we look for 21,000 to 27,000 square foot floors. Still, it remains it's a viable property. It's well tenanted, but and part of that is because Parkin's floor plate is pretty smart. It's wide open with no columns in the middles of the floor plate.
Thank you. Paul, does that satisfy your question? We'll move on to Heather.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, our building is having internet issues, so I'm hotspotting to my phone right now, and it's making me anxious. But so two questions about the architecture. The original lantern-like lighting of the mechanical penthouse. I'm just wondering if you could describe that a little bit more. It seems on page 13 of the document, I'm just wondering if it's the actual box that's glowing, or is there now an intent to kind of uplight that soffit, or is the glowing box uplighting the soffit just as a consequence? And maybe I'll just ask my second question, Chris, sorry, quickly. And then with respect to the signature exterior pilasters, I'm just wondering if those are structural elements, and if the dimension of those will be changing as a result of what you're adding on top.
Okay, great questions, Heather. So when the penthouse was built, there was a very shallow annular space around four sides of the penthouse. It was about 2 feet deep, and the penthouse the exterior was glazed with translucent glass. I think the original glass is still there. What's missing these days is the fluorescent lighting system that illuminated it. So I think actually the penthouse has changed over the years, and mechanical may have crept into that space, but that was the original intent. It was literally lantern-like when it was first constructed. So the proposal is to bring it back and accomplish something similar, but by using a frit, a translucent frit that and interior lighting, which would make it glow at night and yet allow views out at the same time.
Okay.
So the top of the penthouse piece is obviously, I'm not to be transparent. It's uplit, but it's an attempt to give the tower a greater sensation of levitating off of the building below, and creating distance between the two. In reality, it's maybe a 2-meter high space.
Okay.
Regarding the pilasters, they have always been structural, and they will remain structural. They supported the perimeter of the office floor plates. The way they will be reinforced is essentially by welding very thick pieces of plate into the W sections. So at the end of the day, they will retain the same footprint area and allow the enclosure, the pilaster cover, to remain the same size, so that it preserves the proportion and scale of the heritage reading. Okay,
great. And then one other question that's, I think, a little bit for you and maybe a little bit for the city. I had noticed that the 250 University proposal shadows were not included in the shadow study. So thank you for putting a finer point on that in your presentation. And I'm just the as of right Opera House outline is also appreciated. But I'm just wondering if there have been conversations with the city, and maybe the city can weigh in. Is the amount of shadow this proposal is generating on the northeast corner acceptable, or have you spoken about that in any pre-meetings with the city?
We have not had a conversation with the city to date, Heather.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can add to that, Heather.
Thank you.
You're right. We also noticed that the shadows coming from 250 University were missing in the submitted shadow study.
Mhm.
And definitely we will be closer looking at the shadow impact on the lawn, but we definitely need to see that in combination with the 250 University Avenue.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
I think
Thank
it'd
you.
also be useful to plot the new Ontario Line station location on the lawn and the impact that that's going to have. Because once the vandals get done with it, the shadows may not matter.
Right.
In the interest
Okay.
of time, let's move forward.
Thank you.
We've got Dima, Michael, and Aladia. So if you could please, again, succinct is good.
I'm also having internet issues, so I may end up turning off my video. A quick question, you mentioned upgrades to the building envelope. So if you could elaborate on the strategy for the building envelope changes on the Heritage Building, but also I'm sort of curious as to the strategy on the new residential tower, which seems to be 100% glazing. So I'm wondering how that works and what the sustainability objectives for that are.
Okay, good questions. So for the existing building, what the intent is to work with a custom unitized curtain wall system with triple glazing that has a thermally isolated cosmetic element on the exterior that matches the profile of the existing mullion. It's a kind of an inside-out glazing system at the moment where there are no mullions to the interior side, and the glazing is held in place by rubber gaskets. It was a sort of a zipper glazing system. Anyway, it's something that's been consigned to history and didn't really produce very good energy efficiency. But so it'll be triple glazed, unitized curtain wall, high performance, and yet the intent is for it to, all the profiles and scale of the elements will be the same. When the building was first constructed, obviously it just had clear glazing, so we'd like to recover the look of that in the new glazing as a combination of different glass types and low E coatings and so on. It has a mirror film on it at the moment, which is not really providing the kind of appearance that was there day one. For the residential tower above, it's not 100% glazing. It's about 50-50 or thereabouts. You'd have to look at the plans in detail to kind of see where the opaque wall points are. Glazing portions will be kind of a hybrid curtain wall system as opposed to window wall. That's in deference to the possibility that will remain a rental building for GWL in the years to come. And it will be, high performance, but just double glazed.
Thank you. Michael.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Just maybe a couple of points of clarification. Just looking at the drawings, can you confirm that the bay size is about 9 by 9 or 30 by 30 feet?
It is not, Michael. It's actually around 25 feet.
Yeah.
Parkin was using a 5'2" module, so that when you got pair together made a 10'4" on center partition or a true 10-foot office.
Okay, so it's 125 by 75 then is the building.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, so around 7,000 square feet gross.
Right. Okay. Maybe a little more. Okay, and then the contradictory aspect to that is that it also looks like you've got 14 units per floor on 7,000 square feet. So I'm getting a slightly bigger number than 7,000. It just does look like it's probably maybe net 7,000, but gross quite a bit more.
Yeah, you're probably right, and I should have the figure at my fingertips, and I just don't today.
Okay, and then the last clarification is, this is a good floor plan, and I'm seeing the south property line. Just to confirm that balcony fronts are about 1.5 meters from the south property line, plus another meter for the balcony. So for the 33 floors of residential, it's about 2.5 meters from the property line. Is that right?
I think it's a little more, Michael, more like 3. if I going from memory, it's we have about 2 meters to the balcony front, as you say, and another 1.5 meters. So it's like 3.5, somewhere in there. Anyway, we have enough distance that we have some allowance for unprotected openings, which allows us to put doors through balconies from the residential. The other glazing will be fixed and sprinkler protected.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Aledia, please.
In the rationale for the one-story addition, you had mentioned it was required for, I think, a residence versus commercial balance. Can you just speak a little bit more about that?
Not sure how that was construed that way. It's really nothing to do with the residential. It's more, Aledia, it's more about the OPA 231 and the requirement to maintain the commercial GFA on site. So, because the things like the new core of the building is larger than the existing core of the building, we're going backwards in GFA involuntarily. We would like to maintain as much as possible. So the ground floor addition gives us a little more footprint to reestablish commercial GFA on site.
Okay,
Does that
thanks.
answer the question?
Thanks.
All right, I thank you very much. I don't see any more hands. I'm going to do a very brief overview or a recap of the key information. Site is 200 University Avenue. It is a prominent downtown core site with a significant heritage building in sight on one of Toronto's great streets. This is a proposal for an addition of 33 residential floors, residential amenity floors, and a new grade level pavilion on University Avenue. The existing office floors will be maintained but reclad. The new floor plate is roughly 7,000 square feet. We're going to move into panel discussion. We have 30 minutes for that. There are 8 panel members today speaking, and so please, I said it 3 times, 3.5 minutes each, please, if you could. And after that, we will move into the vote eventually after we do that. Okay, so we're going to go in this order, please. Michael, Dima, Ralph, Jim, Heather, Paul, Aledia, and Gordon. Starting with you, Michael, please. Michael, you're on mute. Sorry, can you start again?
I'll try it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Interesting and extremely challenging project to review, I would say. Firstly, there's no doubt that this team will be capable of making a project of great architectural excellence. I don't think there's any doubt there. So that's not really, I think, what's at issue for me anyway. The overall concept, very, very interesting. But the sense of what University Avenue is something that I think we need to keep in mind. And the idea of the fact that our great civic street, civic boulevard, should be a little bit gentler, I think is something that maybe needs different language for this kind of a project. We really do hope that the civic nature is maintained and upheld. That usually comes in terms of setbacks and landscaping and all that, all those particular details. So on the subject of the additional pavilion, I certainly know from a numerical point of view why it's there, but I would say it's, and there may be some operational issues, elevators and stairs and ramps. I understand all that, but that to me is of a smaller scale of importance than our great civic boulevard. Secondly, again, I understand why it's happening, but the fact that the entire perimeter, challenged as it is by underground services, is now also challenged by having loading dock occupy its east and half of its north face, means that the engagement of the building with the surroundings is further reduced by this project. Next, I would wonder about the setback. We know that no site in the city now can be exempt from potential development, and we have 33 stories of building now, and who knows what the future brings to the site between this building and Shangri-La. We know that it's not likely, but we also know that it's not unusual for these sites to somehow gain a different use in the future, and that we have 33 stories of buildings with a 3-meter or so setback, to me, gives me a real concern in the way that our city continues to develop. Again, the likelihood of success for this project in these hands is extremely high. The likelihood in different hands of the pilasters growing to an unfortunately large size, of the legs that are spanning the distance between the roof and the underside of the residential, requiring much more structure, concerns me greatly in terms of maintaining the character of the original building, because a lot of it comes from its elegance. And then lastly, I think it's unfortunate that we're trying to justify shadow impact on an important public park space by having a projected Four Seasons shadow, or saying that the neighborhood project might do it worse. And I think we know that Shangri-La's height looks like it was absolutely determined by many factors, but also its shadow on the park. So I think we should be much more mindful of shadow impact. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dima.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I found this project particularly fascinating. The understanding of the building, and also the ambition of actually not doing that addition to a heritage building by doing a step back and creating something on top of the building that had no relation to the one below. So I commend the team for that effort and that that sort of direction of creating, in addition to the heritage building, that speaks to the heritage of the building below. I would, however, caution on a few of the directions relating to that design, starting, as Michael's mentioning, with the one-story addition. The architecture, this particular type of architecture, is very much marked by its relationship to grade. There's sort of a repetitive floor type that sort of grows out of that grade relationship, but how the columns sit on grade, how that building sits on the ground, are key to its architectural style and the understanding of this building. And by building a one-story addition that in fact conceals and hides that relationship, does have a significant impact on the heritage character of the building. And I would agree that having it just to meet numbers of retail numbers is not a good enough reason to really substantially alter this building's relationship to the public realm and the clarity of expression of its original architecture. I think the detriment of the one-story addition is very problematic from that perspective. On the same sort of vein, it's sort of looking at the character of the addition above. I would encourage the team to sort of review the horizontal expression, and I understand there are solid panels that seem to have been added from a sustainability perspective, but the appearance of the building is one of a pure glazed mass without a third level of detail. So if we look at the original building, there's sort of a grid and a gradation of detail of like the larger columns, the finer mullions, the spander bands. There's sort of a level of hierarchy of the detailing of the envelope that sort of gets lost in the upper addition. And I'm not saying to reproduce what was below, but there seems to be another level of detail and expression that could be added to the level to the building above, so that it does not read. I mean, it may have solid spandrels, but it certainly does not read. It reads as very as a one note rather than something that has multiple layers and multiple expressions to it. And I would also, again, caution, as Michael has just done, about the structural feat that is being undertaken to really maintaining the dimensions and proportions of those pilasters is key to the success of the project. And I see an ambition like this, and I'm just shudder at the seismic implications and to fully understand that all of a sudden we don't end up with cross bracing in areas and all sorts of other additions. So the success of here really does depend on the on fully expressing and fully succeeding with maintaining the proportions of the structure as it is expressed now. The team is very capable of doing it, but I think this is one of those things where it has to be absolutely realized for the project to actually fully achieve its potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralph.
Thank you very much. I reiterate what the previous comments are. I don't want to repeat them. I commend the team. It's an incredibly sophisticated approach to this building in very, very capable hands. Of course, we really appreciate that your client has given you the commission, because of the work that you've done clearly speaks for itself. I just want to underline two elements. One is the lantern, and two is this one-story addition. I struggle with the one-story addition. I think that the original composition, where it was an object that slid south of this, had a much stronger relationship to both public realm and the composition of the tower to this kind of banking pavilion. And I find that the idea of an addition that tries to kind of reconnect it to that original idea is maybe not well thought out. I think that there could be a projected form that comes out of the original tower architecture. I think it's too large. I can appreciate maybe 2 bays and not having a kind of glazed vertical circulation element that I think really detracts, I think, from the reading of this as a kind of element that adds to the public realm. I don't think it does. I also struggle. There's not a view from the southeast looking northwest, and I struggle with how this element deals with a very kind of complex massing strategy to the building to the south. And I really want to underline that I think there has to be a kind of investigation on how those forms, how those two architectures meet. And again, I feel that it looks like it could be a little clumsy right now. I also feel that maybe this is an opportunity where it could be a different element other than maybe something glassy and more kind of typical that you might see. That this in a KPMB language can be a really new interpretation, a new cladding, a new idea about this parasitic piece that might come out from underneath the soffit of the ground floor of the office. The same is with the lantern. I find that the lantern is not going to be a lantern any longer. It's inhabited space. It's not going to be lit consistently. I think it should be reinterpreted. I think the idea of the object, of remaining the object, but I would be provocative and say maybe it should be a whole other cladding, a whole other idea, maybe color, something that reinterprets it in a more contemporary way, keeping its original form and shape. I also a bit concerned about the floor above. This kind of interstitial space, I think, should be subverted. Its architecture should match the architecture of the residential. Maybe that plinth piece, that soffit, can actually be the special piece to divide the two programs. But I think that gets a little messy, and I think it needs a little bit of study, and I think could actually maybe assert itself more as a contemporary interpretation. I lament the fact that we don't see a west elevation. Again, the same concern with a mechanical room, imagining lots of grills on that on that west facade above this lantern could kind of get messy in terms of that. What I think is the ambition to keep it kind of clean and simple. Also, the waste handling. I think that's the challenge. I think that the waste handling could bury itself maybe with a freight elevator down into the depth of a parking structure that maybe you don't need it all to be parking, and that some of that waste handling could be subverted into a lower level, allowing for that retail to be consuming that space and not having to push out so far. Otherwise, looking forward to have no problem with the rest of it, and I support the approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Goff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. From a transportation perspective, there's not really a heck of a lot to say. I think it is good to see the loading and parking accesses being merged on Simcoe Street, given that there are already a lot of curb cuts on that side of the street there. I'm not sure I agree either with the addition of the pavilion on the southeast corner. This seems to be taking away publicly accessible space and creating a private amenity space above the street. University south of Queen is already a pretty tightly enclosed canyon of buildings, and I would really prefer to see the open space there retained for everybody's use. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Heather.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm agreeing with Ralph and disagreeing with others that I think a new glazed pavilion on University here would be a welcome addition. If you look at page 26 of the city document versus page 29 of the applicant's document, I really think that this is just formalizing what's already happening there on the sidewalk. And I would say that the pieces of the Shangri-La that jut out into the sidewalk already in this location are quite clumsy. So something that comes in and kind of resolves that situation, to repeat myself, I think would be a welcome addition. I really appreciate the description and attitude about the kind of subtlety of negotiating the existing and new with maybe a different finish or slightly different color. I think that sort of strikes the right tone with respect to the addition. I appreciate the massing strategy and the simplicity of the addition and the simple stacking and extrusion. I wonder if there are any plans for the uppermost mechanical penthouse at the top of the new building, whether there's just like to highlight that maybe a specific attitude about that should be considered, whether it's just a quiet end to the tower or whether there's some lighting or something up there that sort of intentionally ends the building. I had exactly the same comment as Dima, that if you look at page 13, there seems to be a kind of layer missing between those signature exterior pilasters and a kind of textural element. There's a potential for one that further negotiates between the office language and the residential language. So maybe, as Ralph said, we leave it to you, of course, but maybe there's something within the balcony expression or just another kind of layer that really, to use a highly technical term, makes the condo feel more officey or somehow relates to the lower portion a little bit more. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul Kulig.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of repeating what others have said, I'll be brief. I agree with Dima that the resolution of the structural solution in a way that's consistent or compatible with the existing cladding will be paramount, and encourage you to resolve that as soon as possible so that there is clarity on that approach. I think Ralph's points about the program elements of the amenity versus other spaces and the lantern are running a little bit at cross purposes to the formal resolution of the two volumes, and I suggest that maybe there are some ways to move some of those program elements either up to the topmost floor perhaps could be an approach that provides a little bit more clarity of that formal expression. I'd agree that the pavilion is probably, well, first of all, the Shangri-La's wall at the edge is maybe not the right resolution, but I don't know that this pavilion is the solution to that. And so I don't know that we should be doing this simply to meet an OPA requirement for an extra couple hundred square feet of office replacement at the expense of a kind of clear, coherent public realm and a clear, coherent canopy on the sort of heritage structure. And I'd encourage you maybe to look to some of the work that's happening with the sort of vision plans for university to see if there are ways maybe to integrate some of that work in a way that creates a coherent public realm across university and brings in some of those additional trees and other elements that can provide the grace to the sort of symmetrical podium of the heritage building. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Eladia.
Hi, thanks for the presentations. The architectural expression, including the respect for the original heritage, seems really strong in terms of the larger gestures. I carry on the theme of objecting to the first level addition. The rationale of maintaining commercial GFA seems flimsy because you could certainly take more space for commercial if you need to in the upper floors, and that seems a very important public realm space. Is one of the very few opportunities the building will have to connect with the ground plane, and I would almost like step back more than step forward to create animation along that side. I wonder if the Shangri-La is I don't think the impact on the Shangri-La is perhaps the most important thing to consider. It's whether we want to continue gestures such as that. Certainly privatizing existing public realm space is not a direction we'd want to go, especially along this really important corridor. I think the comment that was made about the differing responses to the directions might be something that's possible to do in the residential tower levels. Appreciate that you've probably thought through a lot of the envelope tailoring, but it might be nice to acknowledge the differences on those sides, and it might actually enhance the architectural expression to have a different response on the different sides for the new component. It might be one way of counterpointing the modernist heritage buildings' identical response to the directions. I think the responses to context other than that first level addition are really good, and I would support the directions that I see. Certainly the proportions are going to be critical, but I have every faith that the team will figure that out structurally. Certainly the impact of adding a loading is significant and will need to be counterbalanced by, I think, an appropriate public realm response where currently it has been privatized. So I think that's really important to note very strongly. Other than that, I think, the glowing transition between the existing heritage and the new seems really, really strong. And I look forward to seeing what's going to happen with this space. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fascinating project. I've walked up and down University Avenue many times over the years, and as I make my way up from Union Station, 200 University is at a pivot point in that avenue, where the University Avenue changes its character from being very, very pinched and very compressed, and it starts to open up. And it makes me believe that that building is an elegantly tailored, crisply expressive building. It's complete. It comes down to the ground. It offers itself as a bit of a temple of sorts. And even though the plaza in the front is small, it is a welcome public realm gesture after you walk from the south towards the north along University Avenue.
Oh, Gordon, you froze.
And it
Can you start
feels
again?
as if that
Gordon, could you turn
that
off your, can you turn off
initial
your video?
history. Yes, certainly. Sorry about that. Can you
Thanks.
hear me
Sorry,
clearly
start
now?
that again if you could. We lost you. Yes, we can.
Should I start from the beginning?
No, I have a complete crisp building in public realm. If you could start from after
Great.
that.
Okay, thank you very much. So that building, as it exists right now, gives a great deal to the city. It gives a great deal to the civic thoroughfare. And the new building needs to do the same. And so in terms of adding to the comments about the pavilion at the street, I would say do not do it. This building, this project is asking for a big take, my apologies, and the give, which is relatively minor relative to the size of the building, is to keep that plaza free and clear, make it known as public realm, allow that existing building to continue its presence and its conversation with the avenue itself. I think that the comment that was made during the presentation about making every effort to make sure that the existing building doesn't feel as if it's simply been stretched up to sort of form of an envelope around the building above. And whether it's a change in color of the pilasters, whatever it is, every effort needs to be made to make sure that that existing building doesn't become lost in the efforts to try to add on top of it. I think that includes that many residential buildings don't match the sort of finely wrought delineation or filigree of primary, secondary, and tertiary delineation that the existing building has. So a lot of effort is going to have to go into ensuring that this whole thing, existing and new, shines and that it feels like it coexists well. I think there's work still to be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much to all who have participated. I will now summarize the key points of consensus, and then we will move into a vote. This is a challenging and exceptional project in sight. As Gordon noted, it is a complete crisp building in public realm. The majority of the comments, although there are others, and I'll speak to those as well, the majority of the comments were focused on the pavilion and the heritage aspects of the project and the public realm. And so I'll focus on those. Starting with the heritage, the high-level approach to the upper addition, the residential addition, was seen as commendable. Bringing the language of the existing up to the addition appropriate. Where there was significant debate about the proposal was around the one-story addition. So I'll speak to that in just a little bit. The language of the existing is a pure glazed box. The hierarchy, and I'm talking about the existing parking tower, sorry, and the addition to the top. The hierarchy of detailing on the parking is not yet evident in the addition. A number of members noted that the addition, to use one of their terms, was more of a one note in terms of its level of detailing, and it needs additional. The proportionality and dimensions of the existing pilasters are key elements of the original architecture and must be maintained. Turning to the one-story addition, there was some debate about the appropriateness of the pavilion. Largely, though, the panel felt the need to question its addition, especially considering the reasons were that the reason for the main reason for doing it was to meet the OPA. All agreed that enhancing, creating, building on the civic boulevard and the public realm were of greater importance than meeting the GFA, the OPA that we need through the GFA through the OPA. The detrimental heritage aspect impact of the pavilion was noted in detail, that in particular it obscures and removes evidence of the original relationship of the building to grade and its original composition, where the banking pavilion was to the south. Those who thought the pavilion could be a good addition nonetheless felt it might be a bit clumsy or possibly too large, and that it wasn't sufficiently differentiated from the existing building in its architectural expression. But I think generally speaking, it's safe to say that the majority of the panel really did question the addition of the pavilion, and a lot of comments were focused on that. Moving on to smaller points, the loading dock and services, always difficult or challenging to make these buildings on a site such as this one. But of note, the loading dock and services, the addition of the loading dock at the back challenges the quality of the public realm. Needs to be counterbalanced by a strong public realm design. There was a suggestion that the waste handling be moved to the basement. The shadow impact it's important of note that, or noted that the proponent team and the city must be mindful of it. We're not able to talk to it as the drawing wasn't complete with the 250 University, but that's something to be mindful of. Transportation, no major comments. The merging of the loading and the waste were felt to be appropriate and commendable. The last point was on the lantern. Last but not least, it will no longer be a lantern. Suggests that there was some commentary around that, although it was not unanimous. But there was the suggestion that it be reinterpreted in a contemporary way. And again, that was not a majority opinion. We have great confidence, I'm sure, as a panel that this team will handle, given the evidence in front of us so far, and the work that has already been done by this team, that it will be handled well. It is an exceptional and challenging site, as previously noted, and building, and deserves that kind of very careful care. As you have evidenced already, and moving forward, keeping those notes that that the conversation that we've just had in mind as you do so. Move to the vote. Leanne, I'll hand it over to you.
So the vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired by the panel. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
Thank you. And I don't, remind me, are we able to add a condition to this vote? Christina,
Yes.
I think, yes, we are. So would any of the panel members like to suggest a condition?
Meg, it's Ralph here.
Hi, Ralph.
Hi. I just, being one of the minority, I guess, on the list of the one-story addition, I just want to make sure that it's neither whether it's there or not there. I don't want to, make a kind of, tally of votes to decide whether it disappears or not. I believe that animation on the street is important, and I think that we should reiterate that we appreciate that, because ultimately this would then basically be a very quiet stretch of the street, and that there is an ambition to do something that animates a public realm, with a public realm that nobody's enjoyed, because the fact is there's nothing at grade. Again, other than more recently. I want to make sure that the reason I'm bringing it up is the relationship to the building to the south of us. It's somewhat resultant, and it'd be a shame to not put into the commentary that we appreciate that there could be something, if it's not a one-story piece, that there has to be some resolution that completes the composition between the Shangri-La flank and this building.
For sure, and that will be recorded in the notes and in the minutes of the meeting. Did you want to make that a condition?
Nope. I just want to make sure it's not that the one-story addition, even if a number of us disagreed with it. I think it might just require a bit more time in the oven to come
Well,
up to.
perhaps. I mean, I think the other thing to say is that there is also there was very much conversation. There was conversation about making sure that the public realm was one that was robust and
Sure.
animated. So that's going to capture that.
Great.
Okay, let's. If I don't see anybody else suggesting conditions, so let's move into the vote.
Madam Chair, I do have a condition.
Sorry, didn't see you.
Okay. My condition would be that shadow impact on a public park and setback from the 3-meter lot line is considered in the next iterations of the project.
Do we need to make that? I guess the question is whether we need to make that a condition, because
Well,
it's,
if one could support it in that light, or one would maybe not support it in that light.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Now remind me, so we should then, is there agreement that to add this condition to a vote of support then? If that's something you'd like to add to the vote of support, could you please raise your hands? I'm seeing only 2. So Michael and
So
Gordon.
voted, all right?
Oh, no, wait, Heather, anybody else would like to add that condition?
Right. Maybe I have a question about the condition, Mike. Could you elaborate, Michael, on?
Well, the project currently casts a shadow on Osgood Hall, and it's not supposed to. And the project is 3.5 meters from the south property line. And in the context of other structural innovations and other innovations on the project and the talent and capabilities of the team, I just wonder whether protecting daylight and view for the occupants to the south and protecting daylight and view on the park are something that might change the height of the building and might change the width of the building.
I can add that.
Okay, and we have 8 members, so if we're right now at 50% of the members support adding that condition. So I think that's not a majority.
It's not a majority.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So let's move into the vote. I'll call your name if you could please give us your vote. Michael Leckman.
Non-support.
Dima Cook.
Support.
Ralph Giannone.
Support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Heather Rolston.
Support.
Paul Kulig.
Support.
Eladia.
Just to be clear, a vote of support also presupposes that the team takes into account the recommendations of the design review panel's comments, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that understanding, I can vote to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Gordon.
Non-support.
All right, so voted. Thank you very much to everybody who's participated, and we look forward to seeing the project again, we hope.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and we're going to start project 2, which is 505 University Avenue at 1:35. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let's get started. I'd like to see, make sure that folks are here. So if we could, if you could turn your cameras on. Sorry, Nazim, can you minimize just for a sec? I can't see everybody. Thank you so much. So Jim, Eladia, Paul, and Heather, I think, is conflicted out on this one, and Ralph. Okay.
Margaret's here.
Oh, yes, thanks, Margaret. Yeah, okay.
The only one today I don't have a conflict with.
Oh, there's Ralph. Okay. And then Paul. Let's get going, though, I think. All right, agenda item number 2. This is 505 University Avenue. Welcome to all, and thank you for participating. This is a rezoning and SPA application, as well as the first review of 505 University Avenue. We have 1 hour and 10 minutes for the review. It's a formal review session, and there will be a vote taken on the end. Sorry, at the end, rather. Staff have 10 minutes for their presentation. This will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant. Discussion will follow these. The session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. Before we get going, I am going to do a roll call. Please indicate that, let me know that you're here and that and whether you have a conflict of interest with the project. Starting with Michael Leckman.
Present, no conflict.
Margaret.
Present, no conflict.
Dima.
Present, no conflict.
Eladia.
I'm here, no conflict.
Paul.
Present, no conflict.
Ralph.
No conflict.
Jim Goff.
Present, no conflict.
Gordon Stratford.
Here, no conflict.
And now, have I missed anybody? No. Good, thanks. Some reminders before we get started. Again, for panel members, don't forget the staff questions and to provide commentary on issues of concern and appreciation. I will verbally let you know when there's 1 minute left to wrap up your presentation. And from there, with no further ado, let's please begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. My name is Nassim Adab. I'm the urban designer assigned to review this development application. The community planner of the file is Derek Walto, and I also have Aaron Smith with me as the heritage planner of the file. The presentation is very similar to the one that you've already seen. So there are slides that are very similar. The proposed development is at 505 University Avenue. I will quickly go through some overview. The proposed height is 206 meter tall with mechanical penthouse 212 meters, 64 stories. There's an existing building at 20 stories and 90 meters, which is proposed to be demolished and rebuilt at 13 stories. It's a mixed-use proposal. The total FSI is 21.6 and the total GFA is 73,400 square meter. There will be 704 residential units and 171 total long-term parking for electronic vehicles for both residential and non-residential uses, as well as 685 bike parking spaces. The subject site is within downtown and central waterfront area. It is designated as mixed use in the official plan, and it is close to a number of transit lines, including College Street streetcar line, Dundas Street West streetcar line, as well as University Avenue subway line. The site area is 3,328 square meters. The frontage along University Avenue is 47.9, and it is 69.1 meter along Edward Street. The property is not currently listed on the city's heritage register and has been identified as meeting all three of the criteria for determining cultural heritage significance. Heritage staff are evaluating the property for designation. The building was originally constructed at 17 stories in 1958, and it was engineered to accommodate its later 7-story addition. It is a representative example of a post-World War II office building designed in the modern classic style, and it is within a group of custom-designed edifices characterizing the evolution of University Avenue. The as-of-right zoning allows for commercial and residential uses. The permitted height is 76 meters, and the permitted density and GFA is 76,300 square meter in total, 58,000 square meter of which can be residential. I will quickly go through some of the bird's eye views and street views. You can see the subject site in the red boundary. Now looking south on University Avenue, looking north at University Avenue, and again, you can see the like civic characteristic and ceremonial characteristic of University Avenue from these views. The subject site is also very close to a number of important health centers, such as Toronto Rehab, Mount Sinai, Toronto General Hospital, Mars, and it's also close to Ontario Legislative Building. Another view looking southeast, and a close-up view at the subject site looking northwest and looking southeast. Looking at the subject site from street level, there's a key map on the right-hand side of the slide. This is looking south on University Avenue. Looking north, again, you can see the characteristic of University Avenue, which is one of the great streets as per the downtown plan. Now looking northeast on University Avenue at the subject site, this is a street parallel to University Avenue called Center Avenue, and that's where the camera is located. Now we're on Edward Street looking west and closer to the site, and you can see the private driveway that provides access to loading area as a part of the existing condition. Now this is a frontage along University Avenue. You can see the retail from different angles and the existing planters on University Avenue. And this is the sidewalk condition along Edward Street. We're looking east from here. We use a number of planning policies, including the provincial policy documents, Ontario planning legislation, provincial policy statement, and places to grow. And the most important document is the official plan, which provides policies ranging from heritage, housing, transit, and environment. One of the important policies from the official plan that applies to the property is the City Hall Protected View Corridor. The policy says that protection of views from public realm will include the prevention of any further intrusions visible above and behind the building silhouette, as well as protecting the views towards the building from any further obstruction. And we're looking at view number 3. And City has been looking at some of the studies. The orange building here is a representation of the proposed development, and the other one is 481 University Avenue. And we've been studying this view, and applicant has also provided some information in that regards. The subject site is also within downtown area, and many of the downtown secondary plan policies apply to it. It is within the health and science district. I will quickly go through some of these policies. Opportunities to increase non-residential uses within this district will be protected to support institutional growth. Developments within this district will replace existing institution and non-residential growth floor area and only contain institutional and non-residential GFA for any increase in density above the as-of-right. And the public realm within the health and science district will be expanded and improved for pedestrian safety and comfort. The subject site is designated as mixed-use area in the downtown plan, and developments within this area will have a diverse range of typologies, including tall buildings with height and scale and massing depending on the site characteristics, and they will be supportive of intensification suitable for a downtown growth. The subject site is close to Queen's Park, which is one of the some protected parks in downtown plan. The policy says new development will adequately limit net new shadow on fall and spring equinox from 4/18 to 10/18. It uses the term will adequately limit. The subject site is also along University Avenue, which is one of the identified great streets. The policy says that developments and public realm improvements on these streets will enhance their civic role, improve mobility, and the public realm improvements will create unified streetscape while reinforcing the identity and distinct character and heritage value. It will also improve the scale of pedestrian clearway, and prioritize tree planting. We also look at other performance standards for evaluation, including tall building design guidelines that talk about where tall buildings should go, how to transition to lower scale neighborhoods, minimizing the shadow and protecting views, as well as the floor plate size and separation distances. Other important guidelines include the Growing Up guideline that provides directions as how development can accommodate families in downtown, and also talks about different mix of 3 and 2 bedroom units and their sizes, as well as children-friendly amenity space. The subject site is close to a number of recently approved, constructed, and under review applications. It is shown with the red star here, and other nearby developments are shown in yellow. I will quickly go through them. One is 480 University Avenue. It's a 55-story building over 200 meters, which is completed. 481 University Avenue, a 55-story building over 180 meters. It is approved for rezoning. 426 University Avenue, a 42-story building at 130 meters. It is completed. 700 University Avenue, it is 57-story, 190 meters. It is approved for rezoning and currently under site plan review. 522 University Avenue, 62 stories, 230 meters. It is also under review. 250 University Avenue, which is approved for rezoning at a height of 162 meters. And 200 University, which we spoke about today earlier. And from there, I go to the issues of focus. So we would like to ask panel's opinion about the following issues of focus: the demolition and modified reconstruction of the existing heritage building, the conservation and significance of the existing heritage building on University Avenue as a civic corridor, loss of embodied carbon and sustainability by demolishing the existing building, the relationship of the proposed tower, its size and design, its form and materiality with the existing heritage building and its attributes and character, the height, scale, and massing of the proposed tower with the immediate context and in the context of University Avenue as an important civic corridor. And finally, the public realm enhancement along both streets and the public space along north side of the building. And by that, I finish my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. We will move into the consultant presentation. If you could please introduce yourselves before beginning. You'll have 15 minutes. Consultant.
Unmute. What a totally rookie mistake.
Okay, hi.
Let me start again. Good afternoon, members of the panel. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation, and we look forward to hearing your feedback. I'm Les Klein. I'm the principal at BDP Quadrangle, and I have with me Ray Ronigan from Studio TLA, who are our landscape design consultants, and we will present to you in the next 15 minutes a very brief overview of the project. If I may share my screen, which I will try to do, but of course I have to find it first. It was much slower than I had hoped. Please confirm that you can see that.
We're starting. Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Nassim, for that excellent summary of the issues that we face in looking at the redevelopment of this site. As most of us know, development always is a series of trade-offs. It is our intention to present to you the project and our rationale for why reluctantly we decided that the most appropriate approach to the site was the demolition of the existing building and the redevelopment of the site as a whole. As you know, the site and the context has been presented to you. This is not the first, but one of many projects that are considering similar strategies. I thought I would show you the site plan only so that you understand exactly where the existing building is located, which is the dark gray rectangle, and then the little one-story additions to the north and the south along University Avenue, which provide the retail. Given the location of the building, we looked at a number of different strategies and determined that the most appropriate way to achieve the two main goals of this site, of this development, which are A, to provide at least the same amount of GFA for non-residential uses as is currently on the site, and to provide that in a form that is more appropriate to support advanced life sciences and office research support uses than is currently available in the existing building. You saw the context for the existing development. Our proposal is based on an analysis of what we know about the existing building. So first and foremost, it's important to understand that the existing building is a steel structure. It was clearly designed in the 1950s for an office use. Loading was designed as such, and it was certainly part of a larger number of buildings designed in that area by the same architects to create that mid-century modern aesthetic along the east side of University Avenue. The original building was built in 1958. In 1966, an additional 7 floors were added to it. You can see that the 13th floor located here was actually the mechanical level and is the mechanical level for the lower floors. Our strategy in the development of this site is intended to continue and reinforce the street wall component of the aesthetic of the original building, but to actually extend that in concert with the currently being redeveloped United building, which is immediately to the south, which we all lovingly used to call the McLean Hunter building. And similar to that development, to propose a street wall base at around 12 or 13 stories, and then a tower above it. When we looked at the building and understood that the original building was 13 stories, 12 stories plus a mechanical level, and that the space above that was an addition at a later stage, we determined that it would be appropriate if we could reduce the height of the office building and increase it from about 12 or 13,000 square foot floor plates to 21,500 square foot floor plates, designed with the appropriate loading to accommodate, as I said, life sciences and research uses. And then to build a tower which would be compatible with what's being proposed immediately to the south, and obviously, as you saw earlier today, and know on other projects as well. And our approach to the design of the tower itself is intended to contrast to the typical window wall construction that's still being built in a lot of places in the city. We don't believe that that is an appropriate form any longer for buildings that are trying to achieve higher levels of energy efficiency and sustainability. We've also taken hints from the vertical fins that are on the west facade and using the grid pattern on the north and south facades of the tower, reinterpreted to some extent in compatibility with a lot of the, again, mid-century modern aesthetic of the areas of the office buildings around Queen's Park and in the McDonald block area. We've also offset the floor plan of the tower so that at various views, it appears to be much more narrow than a typical rectangular form would be. And again, we have decided that the approach that we propose to take is to have no balconies on this plan, but actually have only French or Juliet balconies instead of projecting balconies, which again will improve its energy performance, and we believe more appropriately reflect the intent of the original architecture on site and in the neighborhood. Okay, now why does it not go down? So just a couple of images of the proposal to reinstate the original ground plane of the building, which is currently being obstructed by the retail that's added to the current facade. And also along Edward Avenue to replace and restore the original grid and the original regularity and the discipline of the aesthetic of the original facade, which is currently impacted by vehicular access points, loading areas, etc. Just very quickly to show you the 21,500 square foot floor plate, which again, as we've indicated, is much more appropriate to the uses that we're proposing for the lower floors, the 12 floors of office plus the 13th floor, which includes the original mechanical, which is the gray area, and the rest of the blue. And then the ground floor plane, again, all of the access is from the east for servicing and access to the below grade parking. Retail at the corner, incorporated into the existing facade. Office lobby off of University Avenue, and the residential entrance off of Edward Street. Again, typical office podium plan. The residential floor plan with its offset towers and opportunity to add windows into the corridors. And I'm going to turn it over at this point to Ray to run through the landscaping and public realm plan. Ray, just tell me when you want me to change the slides.
I will indeed. Thank you, Les. So the public realm story is essentially all on, for the most part, on city property. We're going to start with the north side of the site, which is on the private property. So we have an office component to the north side of the site that's going to house a spill out amenity space with some tables, benches and chairs with a planter around the vent. To the right hand side, you're going to see a dog run component. It's flanked by planters also. That's for the residential component as well. Moving on to University Avenue, you will see the first thing that we have done is propose to move the existing trees onto the curb side to create this plaza-like environment that would give rise to an unprogrammed, wide open clearway space. This has potential for retail experience, cafes, etc., right outside the building along university frontage. And we do intend, as Les was alluding to reinterpret the grid pattern of the heritage component of the building and reinterpret that onto the ground plane in the paving pattern. As we go around to Edward Street, for the most part, we have not proposed trees here so far, but I must disclaim going forward, we are very, very keen to work with city staff, bearing in mind that the most part of this public realm is on city property and we are confined to most, if not all, of the city standards that we see. But hopefully we're going to make this, we're going to speak to the city staff and the urban designers to turn this into more of a kind of a heritage placemaking area. You will see the bike lane is on University Avenue, which remains intact. We go around to Edward Street. There is retail opportunity in the public realm outside the building, which will have tables and chairs, bike racks, benches, and you will see the main entrance to the building residential demarcated with different feature paving. If we go on to the slides, less to some of the 3D images. So here is how we talk about the activation, and you can see a little bit better the grid patterning on the public realm paving that we hope to kind of reinterpret from the building. The city standard get planters and trees that are moved from the internally which are now existing in the middle of the clearway are moved to the curb to create this plaza-like effect that has some retail, umbrellas, bistro furniture outside, potential room for benches, potential room for food carts. If we keep going down, Les, please.
Oops, sorry.
No problem. This is a little bit of a closer look as we go into the plaza. And I was saying that we have potential for food courts. We have a little bit of elevated landscape elements outside the office component entrance and planters and boxes, trees. And you can see a little bit better of the grid-like paving effect that we want to encourage. If you keep going, please, Les. Another, just going south, again, looking at the retail component, we're going to work with city staff to discuss potential pollinator species in these planters, which is quite key. The city are quite keen to see now. Again, you can see the bike lane and activation, which stays, some bike racks and animated furniture along the curb side. If we go down to Edward Street, and I think this is our last slide looking across to Edward Street. Again, happy to work with city staff in terms of the paving material and the tree planting, but potential here, we have to look at all the utility issues that we're seeing around the city and the requirements to meet those city standards now. But we hope to, in the future submissions, to work with staff to have trees on both Edward Street and on University Avenue. I think that's the last one.
Thank you. So Ray, so thank you. So finally, the strategy that we have been working with our heritage consultants, Goldsmith Borgle, Chris Borgle of Goldsmith Borgle Architects, is to remove and retain and replace the existing south and west facades of the existing building, and then recreate the cap, which was on the original building and then was reintroduced on top of the new 20-story building to create a cap for the original building to reinforce that element. The east facade of the existing building is a solid wall, and the north facade is very similar to the south facade. And that's where we would be proposing to extend the building and expand the floor plate. So that's basically our current art strategy. The only other points I wanted to make, again, you saw this earlier view from looking south on University Avenue, is our sustainability strategies. Our clients are actively engaged in reviewing some other opportunities that we're considering to improve the sustainability strategies. As we've indicated, the entire design of the tower in particular is aimed at removing many of the more obvious challenges to sustainable performance. But we're also looking at the possibility of using district energy or possibly even using on-site geothermal. We're looking at other alternatives, including local energy generation and sewer infrastructure heat recovery, as well as investigating the extent to which we can incorporate envelope upgrades. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, other than the statistics, which I think Nassim very, very well summarized, I think that is the extent of our presentation. So happy to turn it back to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move into questions of clarification. We have 7 minutes, so please make your questions and responses succinct. Raise your hand, please, if you would like to ask a question.
I'm sorry, do you want me to keep the slides on?
Yeah, probably. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions? Michael, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question for the applicant. In terms of the amenity space on the podium, so that's the roof of the life sciences research uses. And I'm guessing you probably have 700 units in the building. How close are you to meeting the amenity space requirements on that level?
I believe that if you can see the total amount of indoor amenity space that we provided exceeds the total amount of outdoor amenity space, but we are somewhat short on our outdoor amenity space.
And maybe a final question, clarification, Madam Chair. Did you consider reducing the tower sizes so that, first of all, that they were more like points rather than slabs? That might give you more outdoor amenity space.
We haven't considered it, but that's an interesting observation, and we'll certainly take that into consideration, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the panel? Okay, that's a first.
No, Madam Chair, then I have another question.
Yes, please.
Fear of the void. With respect to the recreation of the existing facades, which were meant to serve a narrow floor plate, and the new floor plate is roughly twice the size, was there consideration of, and because this is all new cladding, all new structure. Was there consideration of looking at daylight autonomy in the spaces? It's always a balance between daylight autonomy and Florida window to wall ratio, but did you look at that in any way? It looks like the windows are small. That's my reason for question.
Yeah, part of the reason why we took the approach of curtain wall on the north side and on the balance of the building to the north was that despite the size of the floor plate, it is not too terribly deep. So given our commitment to retaining the existing window sizes in the portions of the facade that we're proposing to replace, we chose to provide as much daylighting as we possibly could from the north and from the west, and to some extent from the east. But the east portion is kind of blocked by the building to the east. So again, in terms of being able to control heat gain and heat loss, having it on the north side is probably better. Using the best performing glass is probably better, and it does allow us to bring more daylight into the building that way. Again, as I said at the very beginning, very much a series of trade-offs.
Ralph.
Thank you.
Just a question to the city. There's a number of these projects now up and down University Avenue, some approved, some not. Can you give me a sense? I mean, clearly, I think we were over the tower size on the previous project that we just reviewed. And then we're looking at this image with the adjacent, I think it's 481 University. Can the city give us a sense of the floor plate sizes that are generally we're seeing presently in these applications and or approvals?
Sure, maybe Ralph, I'll respond to that. They do range, and part of the criteria for which they range have to also do with the size of the floor plate. So the site to the south has a larger floor plate. It was likely large enough that it could have accommodated almost 2 towers, but because of the heritage, it was consolidated to the north end of that building. So there is a range up and down University Avenue, and again, largely has to do with the size of the site and whether or not it's 1 tower, for example.
All right. Thanks very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. A quick recap of key information. This is a proposal for 505 University Avenue, which is on the east side. It stands at 206 meters or 64 stories. The proposal is to demolish the existing 20-story building and replace it with a 13-story building, but then go up to 64, like the 13-story podium, if you will. It includes the addition of 704 residential units. The building that exists on the site is not currently designated heritage, but is of the modern classical style, built in 1958 with an addition in 1966. It is a prominent building on one of our identified great streets. Without further ado, we're going to move into panel discussion. We have 30 minutes for that. So again, because we have 8 panel members, 3.5 minutes each in the following order: Margaret, Michael, Dima, Eladia, Paul, Ralph, Jim, and Gordon. So Margaret, if you could start us off, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Les and Ray. I guess the first thing is, I just want to say I really enjoyed the archive photography, both in the city presentation and the applicant's presentation. That was really kind of fun to see. My comments are relatively short and focused just on the corner. I'm just wondering if there could be some, I kind of appreciate the regularity that you spoke of, Les, in the ground plane. I know there could be different thoughts about that. I wondered whether the pedestrian arrival points for both the office and the residential components were, like, my first thought was are those areas emphasized enough? And then I thought, well, maybe they don't have to be in some places in the city or other cities like New York, when you don't have that major grand entrance, it kind of does something for the building that might be nice. So that's not a criticism or anything, just a thought. But the corner itself, I'm wondering whether that should have a little bit more sort of work put into it as the applications progress, only because without ruining that regularity. But the corner might need something. I guess it's my only comment, and I'll leave it there. I'm mostly focused on the pedestrian realm anyway. Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's thanks to the city, first of all, for putting us in touch with the way in which University Avenue is being transformed by all these projects. Understanding that that the objective is to acknowledge that there's a change, but also acknowledge that University Avenue's character should be maintained. And one of the things to credit this project for is understanding that they're going to be creating a new stone base in the character of the building immediately to the south and many other buildings that employed stone, and giving and maintaining that civic character, the setbacks, the calm of that architecture, which we don't do very often anymore. This level of calm, which is a good thing. So I would say that there's a lot to commend this project, and of course it gives us one more insight into how the city is and these major avenues are changing. The fact that this is one more example, and I know that one of the previous questions had to do with the point tower, the absoluteness of a point tower being the way in which we manage shadow impact generally, not just on parks, but generally, seems to be something that's changing on University Avenue. So many large podia seeming to justify so many large flat towers. And in this case, one that's oriented in the east-west direction, further exacerbating, I would say, the shadow impact. So and you can tell what the reason was for my question earlier, and it had to do with the thought that when you put all these people, 700 units on top of a podium, there really isn't a lot of public space, private public space in the neighborhood on University Avenue. There's the public realm, but what about that park-like space? This is an ideal project for the tower to be a little bit smaller and for the podium to be a little bit bigger, and for that urban dream to occur, which is that you're living in a tower, you're on a public street with its trees, and you've got a generous public realm at the podium level. So my sense is that is an opportunity for this project that could be explored more. And I know that it has all the impacts on area and business case and all that stuff, but it would seem to me that it could be, as this studio has done numerous times in the past, been a pioneer in being able to see the real possibility of projects, decades now long, and then being able to do that. This seems to be one where the podium is big enough where that's possible. The other challenge I would offer this project is that the stone base, appreciating that it's there, I just wonder about whether, and I looked at the 1 to 50 elevations, I think there's a lot more work and close care to the tops and bottoms of windows and the relationship to stone. I know that will come, this studio can do that, but I wonder whether there's daylight autonomy and stone that can come together, maybe more persuasively, let's put it that way. I'm not sure that the proportions of the existing building are something that need to be slavishly adhered to because it was a heritage. I think there's a way to build a beautiful stone base, get the light that you want, create the public realm that everyone's looking for, and continue to maybe break away from the shackles of the original project was where I'm headed. Not leave it completely. The stone base is wonderful. And maybe with that, I'll leave it there for the next commenter, Madam Chair.
Dima, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have to admit, I was sort of torn and confused by a little bit about the project, and I'm of completely two minds, so my comments are in a way going to contradict each other. But we'll start with like the first iteration. Is that this is a building which is a precedent of how to add to it, in which they sort of extended it and extended the architectural expression of the building. And it seemed to me like it's a great opportunity for actually doing something that is radical in this city, and that is to adaptively reuse an existing building that we already have. Adding a sliver to the north, building with no setbacks, so it goes continuously up to create a tower, and not putting the pressure on all public urban realm to be 100% the city's issue, because at the moment, building all the way to all sides, any resolution at the ground or space being given or plazas being created or public realm is all city property. And it seems like it's I understand the challenge in area and etc. From a heritage perspective, one would argue it actually the 1960s edition are also as important as the base. So keeping one but not the other is, in terms of expression, is also something to question. And I'm maybe lamenting the missed opportunity of actually creating a truly like radical project in which one actually looks to really take advantage of embodied carbon, take advantage of the existing, and how to transform the existing to meet current needs rather than demolishing it and completely rebuilding it. Including the one-story base around the building, which is actually original. It's not in addition to the building. That was part of the expression and part of the original character of the building. So that's sort of like the one silo. Other silo is if one is demolishing it completely and then rebuilding it. Maybe I'm trying to understand, or I would encourage you to, as Michael was saying, not to be as strict about the rebuilding something that is not actually original in any way, particularly the relationship to grade. Having a grade like the openings at grade are very rigid. And in the original expression of the building, they had like sort of this glass box at grade to in fact mitigate the rigidity and opaqueness of the building by creating something more open, more transparent, more welcoming to the public street around the grade. And there seems to be kind of this, the rigidity has been brought down, but not the original intent was to have a rigid upper structure, but something at the base that was more welcoming. And to look at, as Michael was saying, like, you know, openings and windows and extrusions that could work. But, you know, maybe I'll end falling back to my first comment that we do a lot of demo in this city. We don't do a lot of reuse, and this could have been an absolutely radical project of adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladia.
Hi, thanks for the presentations. I'm going to leave my video off because there's been some freezing. The Dima's comments, I think, are really important, pertaining to the, I think Michael called it discipline, and I think the Les Klein also referred to discipline, but it does appear from the archive photos that there was a single story gesture, and that street wall didn't come all the way down to the street, even in its original format. I'm a little concerned about the public realm treatment. So it's interesting to give back some sidewalk width at University Avenue, and certainly there are some planters and benches there. The Edward Street side, however, currently has a little bit of, I guess, public park gestures there, little built elements and planters and things. Now, in this iteration, it's showing as just a flat plane. So flat planes leave room, but they don't define space. So I understand that not all of this can be done perhaps by this project, because not all of it is within the some of it is city property. However, I feel like more could be thought out to make the ground plane hospitable, perhaps in keeping with the original single-story gesture of the original building. Definitely the north public area is really concerns me a lot. The width of that sidewalk along the north is extremely narrow, and it's creating a pathway with no options. So that, from a public safety standpoint, seems to be a really, really dicey move. It's 1,800 wide and 1,550 at one side, with a dog park that's fenced in. So it creates a pathway with no options once you're in it. So I would perhaps reconsider that side. Plus, it's bordered by very tall building faces on both sides. So that north public area is really, really compromised from my perspective and needs to be rethought. From an elevation standpoint, in terms of how the massing is working along University, I appreciate the breaking up of the massing. It seems to be a good gesture. I appreciate the differential treatment of the elevations as they face in different directions. However, that gesture, while on your slide 14, seems to hint that it could have a little bit more character, I guess, add a little bit more character to that tower component. When we get to slide 15 and beyond, it becomes very hard to read. Like I think that gesture of the east and west differential shading elements get a little lost in perhaps the repetition or identical materiality treatment versus the north and south treatments. So maybe a little less restraint actually might be well placed here to make that gesture come through. I wonder if that would help. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks so much. Sign off.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you for the presentation, and I do appreciate the appendix actually as a package. I sort of struggled at first trying to find things, and the appendix was very helpful. I'm sort of with Dima on this. I think there's I'm struggling sort of to pick a side, and I think this is sort of a case where there's an existing heritage building. There is, or an existing old building that may be heritage, and a desire to make good by it. There is maybe a lost opportunity to sort of capture some of the embodied carbon. And then there's also a whole host of public realm issues that are of one's own making. And so I think there's got to be a balance in there somewhere. And my sense is that the reconstruction as considered at the moment, setting aside the kind of formal and proportional concerns that some have raised, really leaves in an impoverished ground floor plane. I think looking at some of the render views where we've got really that sort of limestone coming straight down to the ground with maybe a little 6-inch black granite base, whatever that may be, with just a patio umbrella to catch any downward wind, is probably not going to be successful. I'm thinking of the Edward Street side especially. And I think that's one where either maintaining or reconsidering some version of that one-story canopy that was in the original building, or the one-story pavilion, can help mitigate that. The relentlessness of the facade works as a kind of thing perceived from across the street, but it may fall apart, or it may not work very well as something that I'm touching and looking at from 2 or 3 feet, 6 feet away. And so somewhere in there, I think the joy here is that there is a solution at hand, because all of this is new in a sense. And so I think somewhere there needs to be a decision about what it is we're preserving: the heritage, the carbon, the public realm, and something needs to give, because I think right now there's a bit of a struggle that neither one of them is coming together. As far as heights and density, I appreciate the sort of recreation of the office use, high number of bike parking, all of that is fantastic. Bring the people in, give them homes, let's do it. but let's just make sure we've got, I think, especially that Edward Street frontage works as well for those same people. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Ralph Giannoni.
I guess I don't want to repeat pretty good commentary that I've heard. You know, I know that there have been projects, heritage projects, where there have been facades that have been preserved, removed, and put back on. I'm thinking of the Loblaws Grosseteria at Lakeshore and Bathurst. And I believe Temperance, the former Holt Renfrew building at Temperance and Yonge, that the facades were removed, restored offsite, and brought back on. So I'm not going to say whether it should or shouldn't. I just would say that if it is going to be, I appreciate the fact that we can actually bring back a well-detailed, really beautiful material back onto the onto this this podium, rather than say, okay, well, we're not gonna use the heritage facade and we'll start over from scratch. And I think I would rather go this direction if there is a compromise with regards to heritage. I kind of like the scale. I'd be honest, I think the 13-story scale is appropriate, and maybe that's a kind of just serendipitous with regards to the addition that was done subsequent to the original building. With regards to the tower, I asked that question because clearly all these, we're just seeing a whole bunch of, new towers being put onto, in different ways, of course, onto heritage buildings up and down University Avenue. And it's an interesting phenomenon that's evolving, and it feels a bit more like a new Park Avenue or a Central Park West kind of approach to the city. And I think it's a kind of interesting, mature evolution of that part of the city. So I appreciate it, and I really do appreciate the retention or even addition of employment space, which is, maybe not today, but tomorrow, hopefully we get back to normal, and of course will be needed specifically in this area with all the healthcare uses. I do think, though, the tower is very, I have to say, it's a very interesting, elegant approach. I really like the slipped conjoined idea with natural light. I want to commend the applicant on creating corridors with natural light at the end of them. I think that will actually completely transform the day-to-day experience for these people that are going to be living in this building. And I think that is something, I think that to commend that as well, of course, kind of breaking up that silhouette of what could be a large tower. I do believe that I would rather see one larger tower on this site than two smaller point towers. I think it's an elegant approach, and I appreciate it. I actually think the composition of that new plane that kind of reinterprets the original top of the building as a kind of architectural mediator between the tower and the podium. I want to reiterate, I was kind of, my heart sank at grade, and I just don't understand. It just seems really mean. If you are rebuilding, can you just make the ground floor taller? I think that one-story element can help. It looks like the whole building actually somewhat floated historically, with just ends being kind of brought to the ground with large horizontal cut. So I think that the idea of these little legs, I just think, is antithetical to the original idea. And I think the large cut to allow a different kind of animation to spill out at grade. I think there's a bit of a kind of strange disingenuity with regards to umbrellas and little bistro tables. And then on a site plan, I see a 2.1 meter protected pedestrian way. I think it's either we don't have that pedestrian way and there are going to be patios, and there are going to be people sitting at the base of this building, notwithstanding the wind and conditions and the feeling of sitting next to a sheer face. But I do think that, our members before me, I think I support the idea of bringing back a one-story element, something that mediates and maybe kind of brings back, not necessarily rebuilds it and reconstructs it, but maybe something new that can actually reinterpret that building's grade relationship. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Being the second transportation person, I won't have a lot of comments, just a few things. I would strongly support what Dima said regarding the potential for adaptive reuse. I think that would be great to see. And you know, I was walking along Dundas recently and came to university and was just really struck by the presence of this building as kind of a really elegant presence, a beautiful presence on the street. So I would hope that the heritage elements, whether they're listed or not, could really be maintained very strongly in the design, and the new parts kind of pushed a bit to the background. I would also support Ralph's comments with respect to the pedestrian environment around the building and how that can be better supported to make it more of an active living place. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an interesting project. I think, like some of the panel members have mentioned, it's sort of torn in our comments about it. I share the sense of loss of an opportunity. As a panel, since 2007, we've been always looking for exemplars. We've always been looking for a project that's in the right place at the right time. It has the right resources on the site or the character, and you do it differently. And what better place to do it than on a great street? And I share the concerns about the missed opportunity of not doing an adaptive reuse here. I think it's a huge opportunity missed, and it's unfortunate. I can understand the the pro forma that led to the solution that is here now, but I just want to say that there's there has to be a moment of remembrance of something that could have happened in a very different way. I think the comments about the ground plane are very important. It's interesting that University Avenue, as a great street, has a fair amount of green, but most of it's stuck in the middle of the avenue. And when you have these opportunities along the edges, you should do everything in your power to create high quality green amenity, which everybody has identified does not exist in the site plan that exists right now. The Shell building, as it is it's a beautiful building. It has a certain severity to it. I think that the retaining in some form the one-story building would have done wonders, and now we turn to the landscape and the space that's available to try to do that, what the built form once did. I think that's important. The tower, as was mentioned earlier, it is quite an elegant tower solution. I do wish that elegance had was somehow married with the building as Shell building as it currently is, and in this design won't be. The last comment I have is more of a question of the stories that would be removed from the Shell building. What happens to those materials? Are they retained? Are they kept? Are they reused someplace throughout the building? Do vestiges or a meaningful story of the building, of the Shell building and its history and its materiality, does that get carried through this building, so that if the entire building is not saved and not used, that its memory is used throughout in a meaningful way, not in simply a trinket way? And I think those are my comments. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gordon. In summary, we are seeing, and today, but also in other projects, the transformation of the use of University Avenue, and certainly the amplification of it. Witnessing that transformation raises the question and the conversation about how to maintain or evolve the civic and material character of this great street. And that's something that we have to spend some time really contemplating through these individual projects, but also through these projects as a whole, because this is a transformation that will last many, many decades, hundreds of years. So, we're not seeing, the question is about the nature and form of that change as much as the materiality and of the towers themselves, but also of the public realm. The point was made that the slab podium model does exacerbate shadow impact and a diminished public realm. And so it's something to contemplate, that particular piece of what is the kind of form, what is the kind of proportion and massing as we move forward. Beyond that, there's this fundamental question that that a number of the panel members have raised, and I think Paul summarized it beautifully, is to say, what of the architecture, the nature and character of the architecture in the public realm should be preserved? And ultimately, that comes to this question of the specifics of this project. There was ambivalence on the panel as to whether the building should, whether should it be kept, should it be built new? If demolished, let's call that, option one, the question about whether the original massing and form needs to be retained. Panel members felt that, if that was the case, that really the design should be evolved to be not as strict or as restrained in its rebuilding. The non-original elements, for instance, the original should be discarded. The original was more open at grade with rigidity above. And so to be sure to look at that again and to better develop the design around those criteria or those elements. Be sure to use the elegant material of the original building. Panel member made that point on the podium building, and further to the point made before that, to bring back that one-story element at grade. And to be sure to ensure an elegant and tower that is simpatico with the podium building. But the other option described or discussed was perhaps it was characterized as being one that was more radical, which is that the adaptive reuse of the existing building and querying whether this elegant existing building could be adaptively reused and transformed to meet modern needs. It's an open question, one that we don't have all the information to comment on, but something that's certainly worth dwelling on. As for the public realm, there is significant criticism of the diminishment of the public realm. The reconstruction leaves an impoverished ground plane, even if it looks acceptable. The building looks good or acceptable from far away. The ground plane is not. It is lacking and inhospitable. The north sidewalk in particular is noted that public area, that public realm is compromised and needs rethinking. That really is those are the big points that were made by the panel. I want to finish by saying strong question or like strong the sense that this may be a case of missed opportunity if the building is demolished. Worth reflecting on that. The adaptive reuse of this building could be a remarkable precedent for the city and for this great street moving forward. And that's something that we really urge the proponent team to consider. On that, I will ask Leanne to put up the slide for the vote. We are taking a vote on this item. And again, this is a first review. The vote is the same format as the previous project. It's intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are support, meaning the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives, and the panel advises the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. The option can be made with key conditions if desired by the panel, and then non-support means the project does not meet fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion. Are there any panel members who wish to propose a key condition or conditions? Raise your hand. Okay, not seeing any. So we will move into a vote. I will call your name. Please let us know your vote. Margaret.
My vote is for support.
Michael.
Non-support.
Dima,
Non-support.
Eladia,
Non-support.
Paul,
Non-support.
Ralph,
Support.
Jim,
Non-support.
Gordon.
Non-support.
Thank you very much to all who participated today. That concludes the review of 505 University Avenue. It's 2:41. We have wow, wait a minute. I gotta check another. It's 2:40. We will start again at 2:55.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Leanne,
Yes.
are we okay to start?
Yeah, I believe the presenters are here.
Okay, great. Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're going to start our third session or third project for this afternoon. It's 1250 Eglinton Avenue West Housing Now. It's the first time that it's come before the panel. Application status is rezoning. The developer is the City of Toronto. Housing Now. I understand there'll be presentations by Annalie from Strategic Initiatives and Michael from Urban Design, as well as Justin from DTA and Mary from Plant. And I just have a few announcements to make. As mentioned, this is a rezoning application. We'll have 1 hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review, so it's very similar in time and structure to the other two projects that we've seen so far today, and there will be a vote taken at the end. As per the other sessions, the staff team will be given 6 minutes for the presentation, and the consultant or proponent team will have 15 minutes. And in each case, when there's 1 minute left, I'll gently butt in and let you know that you have a minute left. Just wanted to remind you that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and it's also being recorded, and that the recording will also be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. So I'm going to do a roll call, and members, if you're there, let me know, and let me know whether you have any conflict of interest. And I'm going to start with Meg.
Present, no conflict.
Great, thank you, Meg. Dima.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Dima. Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Thanks, Heather. Michael.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Michael. Jim.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. Ralph.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Ralph. Paul.
Present, no conflict.
Great, thank you, Paul. And Eladia.
I'm here, no conflict.
Thanks, Eladia. And have I missed any panel member? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll get started. So, and if the city staff team can put their presentation up on the screen as soon as you're ready, you'll have a total of 6 minutes, and the 5-minute mark I'll let you know to wrap up.
Gordon?
Yes?
Before you start my time, can someone just let me know how to go to full screen, if you
Oh
don't
boy,
mind?
I am the least technically sufficient person here. Possibly Lee.
Oh, full screen.
Yep, there you are.
Okay, thank you. I will now accept you starting my time.
Okay, thanks, Ellie.
Okay, well, hello to the panel, and thank you very much for having us. My name is Annalise Onina. I'm in the Strategic Initiatives section of City Planning, and I'm here with my colleague, Senior Planner and Urban Design, Michael Sakalauskas, to present 1250 Eglinton Avenue West, which is a Housing Now site. So for those of you who are either new to the panel or haven't seen us in front of you for a while, just an overview of the Housing Now initiative. It was approved by City Council in 2018, and it's now a core feature of the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 Action Plan and the new 2023 Housing Action Plan. The intent is that we are using city-owned land to deliver affordable housing with the aim of maximizing public benefits achievable on these lands. So primarily affordable housing, but where possible, new community facilities or improvements to the public realm. All of our projects are mixed income and mixed use developments, and many, and including this one, are transit oriented, this one being right on transit. Design excellence is a core feature of our work. So as you will remember, these what you see today is a reference concept plan that will inform the rezoning. But a core feature of the Housing Now process is that through this rezoning phase, we are preparing something called the design brief. And the design brief is meant to deliver enhanced instruction to the future development partner through the site plan stage to address issues of landscape treatments or materiality, matters that we can't necessarily reflect in a zoning bylaw. So a little bit about the site. The site is located on the northeast corner of Eglinton Avenue West and the Allen Road. And these are two aerial images that show the site prior to construction of the crosstown when it was a TTC commuter parking lot. You'll see immediately to the west of the site is the Eglinton West subway station on the University line, and it's surrounded by Main Street retail on Eglinton Avenue and neighborhoods. The site itself is an avenue in the urban structure map. It's designated mixed-use areas. The overarching planning framework that applies to the site currently is Eglinton Connects, dating back to 2014, and it is in a CR zone. The site itself is actually quite small, quite constrained. It's less than 1/4 hectare. The majority of the frontage is on Eglinton, and you can see from the image on the screen that a large portion of the site is occupied by Part 1, which is the entrance to the future Cedar Vale station on the Eglinton Crosstown, and Part 2, which is the easement surrounding that station structure. There's similarly frontage on Allen Road that is occupied by the Metrolinx infrastructure, and east from the site runs a public lane to the next north-south street east of the site, which is Glenarden Road. Before I pass it on to Michael, I just want to put in your mind some of the key considerations that we had for the site as the design was developing. First is that we are aiming to maximize the housing opportunity on the site while still meeting a standard of high quality design. We have to address in some form the fact that there is a station entrance on the property itself. And we are increasingly seized with the opportunity and requirement to make sure that all development on transit is high density. We're seeking also to implement opportunities at the ground floor to animate Eglinton in and around the station entrance as well. We're aiming to meet the standards of the Toronto Green standard that apply to Housing Now sites, which is Tier 2 version 4 at a minimum. Our site is, I think, a prime example of how we can implement bylaw 89/2022 regarding not requiring residential parking minimums, emphasizing a modal split, particularly right on transit. We have an opportunity to the north to reinstate a pedestrian connection through the neighborhoods that will provide better access directly to Eglinton from the areas to the north. And there are two high-profile, large-scale studies currently underway. One is the Toronto Transportation Services Eglinton Today Complete Street project, and the second is the Little Jamaica Cultural District study. So with that, I will pass it on to Michael for his portion of the introductory presentation.
Thanks, Annalie. Here's another context view. You can see Eglinton West Station and the site in context. Next slide, please. As Metrolinx is under construction, Metrolinx has already has also provided a streetscape concept for the station hub. That's what this image is illustrating. You can see the public realm along Eglinton and that surface treatment of the public realm being consistent across the Eglinton transportation hub and the site in context. Next slide, please. An updated streetscape view illustrates the site in context with this access to the Allen Expressway. There's landscape elements being proposed in front of the secondary entrance, as well as reinstatement of surface parking once construction of the crosstown is complete. Next slide, please. Some renders.
Michael, you have about a minute left. How much time do you need?
1 minute will be perfect, Gordon.
Perfect. I'll let you go. Thank you.
Additional renders from Metrolinx illustrates the secondary entrance, as well as a more updated street view illustrating the rear facade treatment. So it is a fully glazed station box. Next slide, please. Additionally, at the north of the site, there is a existing pedestrian connection that runs parallel to the Allen Expressway. This is a more recent street view, as well as a sound wall constructed by Metrolinx to reduce the impacts of construction of the crosstown. Next slide, please. An earlier view shows what that pedestrian connection to the north looked like, and I wanted to bring to panel's attention just the grade changes that kind of happen as you approach that pedestrian access. Next slide, please. And that laneway condition, this is another street view looking west towards the site. The site is beyond this fencing, and you can see the crosstown construction. But as Emily alluded to, there's potential for this laneway to connect into the site. Next slide, please. And our questions for the panel are, how can the integration of the building over the transit station entrance achieve design excellence and safe urban design, accounting for the constraints of the easement around the station box as well as above the station? And our second question is, how can the public realm at the Allen Expressway on-ramp improve the connection to the neighborhood to the north, as well as along Eglinton Avenue West as it relates to the overall transportation hub? Thank you.
Thanks very much to both of you. I'll wait for the consultant team or proponent team to load up their presentation. In the meantime, once you start, you'll have 15 minutes, 14-minute mark, I'll break in.
Can you see what I'm sharing?
Yes, I do see it.
And if I full screen it, does it full screen?
It appears to.
Okay, great. So hello, everyone. I'm Justin Yan. I'm an intern architect at DTAH, and I will be presenting along with Mary Tremaine, a partner from Plant. So if I'm good to go, we can start my time.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So an aerial image here showing our site outlined in red. As Annalie and Michael mentioned, it's at the northeast corner of Eglinton Avenue West and Allen Road. So our site is located at the major transit hub, the interchange where line 1 of the TTC meets the new Eglinton Crosstown LRT. Here are some original renderings that you saw earlier. Our site, again, outlined in red, where you can see the secondary entrance that's at the southwest corner of our site. We are trying to meet the Housing Now performance targets on this site, which include 100% rental units with 30 to 50% targeted as affordable housing, their typical 55-35-10 suite mix, the growing up guidelines for the larger family units. We are going to meet the city's latest requirements for accessibility and Toronto Green Standards version 4 Tier 2. The project vision seeks to meet all of Housing Now's key guiding principles, which include the transit-oriented development with appropriate density on the primary arterial street, and we're also aiming for zero parking because of this. We're also trying to meet the requirement for a high-quality animated public realm, which maximizes greening of the site, minimizes microclimate impacts, and incorporates sustainable design. Here are some images showing the existing Eglinton streetscape context. Across the top is a street view showing the two-story commercial along the north side of Eglinton, where you'll note there are no street trees anymore and a limited pedestrian realm. At the lower left corner is the on-ramp to the Allen, and you can see the station entrance at the right side. The lower middle image shows the 4-story residential context directly south of our site across Eglinton. And the lower right image is another shot of where the rear laneway abuts the east property line of our site. Wembley Road is part of the existing low-density residential neighborhood directly north of our site, and it's characterized by these large single-family houses, large trees, and some new infill housing. The lower right photo shows the existing condition of the connecting pathway that runs
up north into the surrounding neighborhood along the east side of the existing noise wall of the Allen. Our site itself is quite long in the east-west direction, but fairly shallow at approximately 30 meters deep, but being strategically located at the corner of the turnoff to the Allen. It's unusual in that the area shaded orange on the survey is actually the zone where the city has retained air rights above the secondary entrance to Cedarville Station. Our proposed massing for the site is this hybrid of two distinct components, being a 750 square meter floor plate, 25-story tower that steps down towards the east as a 6-story mid-rise massing. The 6-story mid-rise is actually lower than the as of right mid-rise zoning height limit. A key feature of our proposed concept is the cantilevering of the tower over the station entry, which takes advantage of the city air rights and aims to stack density towards the west of the site, away from the surrounding low-scale neighborhood. Our structural engineer has confirmed that the stacked truss approach is a feasible concept. With respect to architectural expression, we are proposing a strong and solid base expression to ground the massing into the Eglinton context, with a lighter visual appearance for the upper mid-rise and tower facades. The distinctive stacked truss should be expressed architecturally in an appropriate way. This slide just graphically represents some of the key building statistics for the project. Down the left side is the building height and floor areas. Down the middle is the unit breakdown into studios and 1-beds, 2-beds, and 3-beds. And down the right is loading, bike parking, and retail area stats. So our proposed layout for the ground floor and for the site itself took vehicular movement as a key consideration, because a type G sized vehicle, a garbage truck or a large loading van, would have to turn right off of Eglinton and go under a 2-story archway through to the rear of our site to the loading and staging area that is adjacent to the garbage room. The truck could then turn around within our site and exit back out onto Eglinton. There is ongoing discussion about potential use of the public laneway to exit towards the east, but that is still to be confirmed. Because we're aiming for transit-oriented development, we are proposing no underground parking on this site, which allows us to prioritize and maximize at-grade bicycle parking, shown in the 3 purple zones on this plan. The residential lobby enters off of the Eglinton pedestrian realm, with the elevator core situated to suit the tower plan above. We're also proposing 2 retail tenancies shown in the darker orange along the Eglinton frontage, and they both have good south-facing summer patio potential. Here are some of the typical floor plans. On the top left in orange is a typical mid-rise floor plan. The top right shows our minimally sized basement plan. We're assuming that we would need mechanical, electrical service rooms down there and the balance of our required bike parking. On the lower left is the 7th floor, so the base of the tower and the roof of the mid-rise. And the darker blue and green areas are resident amenity space, which we have put along the entire south facade. And on the bottom right is a typical tower floor plan, which has 10 floors per 10 units per floor. Here is a bird's eye rendering looking northwest, where you will see that the tower has been pushed to the west side of the site and the substantial stepping down to the east, which illustrates how it is sympathetic to the houses directly to the north. This is a pedestrian view from the south side of Eglinton, opposite the main Cedarvale station, where we are envisioning the tower to become a new landmark structure along Eglinton, which marks the transit interchange and the Allen on-ramp. And finally, here is another pedestrian street view on Eglinton looking west, showing the 6-story massing with rooftop amenity above and the archway that goes through to the back of our site. And now I'll pass over to Mary.
Thanks, Justin. Can you advance the slide? Thank you. So what's key to activating the spaces around this building is making strong physical and green connections north to the adjacent residential neighborhood, east and west along Eglinton, and south to neighboring Cedarvale Park. We've extended a path north to link the Allen Greenway to Eglinton with a wide planting strip at the road edge as a safety measure and to buffer on-ramp traffic and help negotiate the grade changes between the site and the road edge. And in the area of Metrolinx work, where the construction is currently underway, we're conceiving this zone as a partially covered plaza with the station entry pavilion within it. And this creates a unique public space that frames the station entry. On the north side of the building, we're taking advantage of the buffer of mature trees in the adjacent residential gardens, and we're extending that to create a treed pocket garden that backs into the private gardens. And this area includes at-grade amenity space that could potentially incorporate a community table, outdoor kitchen, community garden, that type of thing for the building residents. We're also accommodating secured and stacked bicycle parking with a canopy and green roof abutting the neighbors. Next slide. Most of the amenity space is accommodated at the roof level, which looks northeast and south, including to Cedarvale Park. Amenity space might include games and play areas, dining and lounging, and can be interspersed with green roof plantings. Next slide. The relationship of the building to the Cedarvale station presents some dynamic opportunities to create a unique and active public space. The approximately 3 meter wide easement between the station entry and the proposed building facades is an interesting space that could be activated and connected through the glass facade of the station pavilion to the rest of the plaza. Opportunities to activate this space include public art and lighting at the underside of the soffit. And this would be amazing if it were reflective in character to give the illusion of a lighter and more expansive space and engage with the people below. These ideas are yet to be confirmed through discussions with Metrolinx and other stakeholders. Next slide. This view shows the partially covered station plaza and reflective soffit and the way this area connects eastwards along Eglinton, where the Metrolinx paving treatment continues and the street trees continue interspersed with street furniture and small space opportunities for cafe patios and parkettes to help activate the street edge. Next slide. This final view looks north from the street corner and shows the planted street edge buffer and connection to the Allen Greenway beyond. And that is all I have.
Great, thanks. Thanks to both of you for that presentation. We're going to move on, panel members, to questions of clarification. So you can direct them towards the proponent team and then also the city. And I see hands are going up already. Eladia first, and then Ralph, and then Michael.
The laneway design opportunity to be confirmed through further stakeholder discussion. What stakeholders are you discussing with? Just curious.
That would be Metrolinx.
Any community stakeholders?
I can answer that question,
Thank you.
Mary. That's no problem. So we're talking about the area to the north and the east of the station entrance. And
Correct, yes.
Yes, okay, good. So the work that we will do through the Housing Now engagement is really refocusing on deeper stakeholder-based engagement. So there are a number of community groups in the area that we've identified with the councillor's office who have been active in the Little Jamaica study, the BIA, etc. And then we will be bringing it forward as well to a larger community meeting. So the Housing Now engagement framework, which will be presented to the Create TO board next month, will detail the types of approaches that we're looking at there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Moving on to Ralph, then Michael and Meg.
I have two questions. One is with regards to that Eglinton setback, and the image on the bottom left is actually very kind of appropriate. Is there an anticipated setback? The building is set back further than the adjacent buildings. Is there a plan, streetscape built form study for the eventual redevelopment of these buildings into new redevelopments that would require them to be matching that setback, or is this a kind of permanent condition? That's one. Is there anticipation that these little pavilion stations will have, or will this be a precedent, or is this an anticipation of how to develop above these little one-story pavilions all along Eglinton? Is that some kind of discussion that the city's had with Metrolinx specific to this, and of course opens up opportunities for other ones? And is there a kind of critical dimension above that station that's setting that datum of that soffit? And the other question is, why can we not incorporate the entire station within the built form?
Okay, I think, Ralph, you were just cutting out a little bit in your first question, but I think you were speaking at the kind of the existing fabric buildings on Eglinton east of the site and asking, is there a plan for them to match the setback that's being proposed on this site? No, not at the moment. Those buildings actually, they have their rear lane behind them, the public lane, so they're actually quite constrained. There's not much that we can look at this point in terms of deepening that setback from the purposes of our study, but we are aware that this has the potential to set a precedent along Eglinton, and we will be, through our work, beginning kind of a bigger planning study to review the changing development context on Eglinton, with Eglinton Connects being a number of years already approved, and the push for more density coming along the corridor. In terms of your questions around other Metrolinx boxes, I can speak only to this one right now, which is that this is a site that was declared surplus around the time that the crosstown was announced. And so not every site necessarily has a commuter lot immediately adjacent to it. There may be others along the corridor, but on other Housing Now sites, we've had enough space on our developments to build around the site rather than to overbuild on top of the station entrance. And then to answer your final question, and Create TO may want to jump in, we know that the negotiated distance was 7.5 meters above grade for ventilation and space around the top of the station entrance. I don't know if that's absolute a requirement in terms of the clearance. If less tolerance is possible or more might be requested in different stations depending on the unique architecture of each pavilion.
Does that answer your questions, Ralph?
Except for the last one, which is, was there any discussion of just consuming the pavilion and making it an interior space of the building?
I'm going to pass that one to our Create TO colleagues.
Sure, I can take that, Annalie. Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Carlo Bonani. I'm the VP of Development Planning and Urban Design with Create TO. This particular site has a bit of a history. It was declared surplus to turn over to our then predecessor organization known as Build Toronto. And that was happened back in 2013. At the time, we did have discussions with Metrolinx on the possibility of integrating it as part of an entire mixed-use development. Unfortunately, Metrolinx was on a very, very tight timeline at the times, and they had released their project-specific output specifications, which basically said, take a look at this, and if you do want to incorporate this, you have to give us your detailed plans at this time. At the time, we weren't in a position to provide them with those details because we had just received the site as a turnover site. We had not begun to do any real due diligence with respect to this property. So quite unfortunately, we were not able to work with Metrolinx as they needed to move forward with their plans. They were at a 10% and then 30% design by the time we received their plans, and we just did not have the opportunity to catch up to their overall timelines.
I think that answers your question, Ralph.
I don't want to belabor it, but is there any potential to just literally glaze the building and remove the pavilion and keep all their program in a larger space? Like physically. I mean, is it the structural issues, ventilation issues that's causing this atypical condition?
What I can say is that we have been having some regular meetings with Metrolinx and very positive meetings with Metrolinx. The requirements at the time is that they did need this 3-meter service easement surrounding in order to allow for maintenance of the building. In our discussions with Metrolinx, we did say to them that obviously we want to take advantage of that 3-meter service easement for animation purposes, public art, what have you. Those discussions have been going quite well. However, our understanding is that the building, the secondary entrance box in that location has been built to their actual specifications and requirements. And I believe that it is too late in the game, shall we say, to make any major modifications at this point.
I'm going to suggest, and thank you for the response and for the questions, Ralph. I'm going to suggest hang on to that thought that you had, Ralph. You can bring it up in the discussion. And I'm going to move on to Michael, then Meg, and then Jim.
I hope my question provides for an easier answer. First thing is that envision that the future built form in the area as an avenue will be at or exceeding the height or the podium in this proposal?
The podium in this proposal is within the envelope as prescribed through Eglinton Connects.
So six stories, not 8, not wider, not taller.
At this stage, we were making sure that we were consistent on the street wall portion of the building to achieve what Eglinton Connects had set out.
Eglinton Connect. And then in terms of the tower portion, are there any other towers anticipated in the area?
Maybe Michael, you can speak to that. Sorry, not Michael Sakalauskas.
Presently, not at this time. We are at the interchange of 2 transit stations, so in time that could be a condition that we see in the future.
Okay, and one last question, quick one. Is the reason that there's a conversation about the public laneway in order to provide a place for a garbage truck to remove garbage is because it's too narrow?
It is a very narrow condition, so we are confirming the dimensions via survey, and we will see if we can make the on-site swept path a little more efficient and egressing out the lane.
Thank you.
Okay, and panel members, we're taking a little bit more time here, but the questions are good and the information is valuable. On to Meg and then Jim Goff.
Justin, 2 questions for you, I believe. The first one is the tower, the massing of the tower, it's not further east because Like like, is it because of the air rights you have to put the tower there, or like what are the reasons for the location of the tower? That's question number one. And question number two, the stacked bike or the bicycle storage parking that's at the west end of the site. Did you look at accommodating that anywhere else?
Okay. So first question, why is the tower where it is?
Yeah.
Well, we wanted to push it as far away from the houses as we could. So pushing it all the way to the west of the site, it minimizes shadows in the backyards as much as possible. And as we kept talking back and forth with the city and trying to go for more height, it kept necessitating it to be on the west side. And then, does that answer that first question?
I mean, but so, yeah, I mean, but there are no shadow studies, or at least I didn't find them. So I'd really like to understand the incremental impact of the shadow of it being further, but I don't think you can do that right at the moment. So I think more or less it answers my question at the moment, but there's not like, it's based on shadow and mostly on shadow and neighbor impact then, right?
Well, actually, Meg, if you wouldn't mind me jumping in just from the city's perspective,
Sure.
we have this mixed use site right on transit. And so our focus is actually on creating appropriate adjacencies here. So we know we're trying to get as much density as we can. So by bringing in the extending that 6-story portion as long as we can, I think we're still getting density, but we're addressing the fact that there's only one portion of the site that's at all deep enough to accommodate a tower, even one at 750 square meters. So that's why it's located as far southwest on the site as possible. Anywhere else, you don't really have the depth to bring forward a tower with the kind of dimensions that you would need to, I guess, make it work and have any separation whatsoever from the north property line. So that is the deepest part of the site, and we didn't see any other location for it.
So I'm going to suggest we move on to the last question, and that would be from Goff.
Thanks. This will be very quick. Just wondering if Metrolinx has identified any requirements for parking space for a vehicle to service the station building. I think that was a requirement at some stations.
The easement part 2 on the city's presentation is wide enough to accommodate the vehicle.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your questions, and to the city team for the answers. We're now going to move on to panel discussion, and we have 8 panel members here. I'm going to say that you each use 3 minutes maximum if you can self-manage your time, and if there's any time left over at the end, we can always circle back. But 3 minutes a person, and to give you the suggested order, Dima, Ralph, and then Jim, followed by Heather, Meg, and Paul, then Eladia, and Michael. So we'll start with Dima.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm part of the comments are maybe more related to the actual architecture being proposed than to tower positions. I think other people can address more more fully. It's a very, it seems like a very expensive way to put a building on the site, to have it be suspended over the existing station. That's maybe one comment as an aside. And then the following comment is that once that's the sort of the architectural expression, I'm just looking at the massing of the building and its architecture. And if this is the truss sort of expression that's going to go forward, where with this building substantially cantilevered on the site, I would encourage revising the design of the base of the building. Visually, it seems it's looking to actually hit the ground. So this sort of tower is, these trusses are sort of up in the air, and I'm wondering whether this building should be actually conceived not as, in a way, one building, but as 2 buildings, having the tower where this truss expression goes all the way down to the ground, and then you get the sense of this structural element and expression of this building that goes up from the ground with all its trusses, and having then the 6-story building on the side have its own sort of character and expression that can or cannot, that could or could not tie into it. That's sort of the principal thing that sort of struck me with looking at the expression of the building, is wishing that it sat better, and it sort of, that weight of that building actually hit the ground and did that transition of expression and element. I had the same sort of questioning with Ralph to understand like its relationship to the street vault and to the streetscape, whether it should follow the existing buildings along Eglinton, whether it's okay to have it set back. It being set back, what happens in that area, whether, you know, having it being the parking entrance kind of precludes that area from creating another level of public realm. So whether there is another way to address that relationship as well. That's sort of the generalities of my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dina. Moving on to Ralph and then Jim.
I thought Dima, those were great comments. It was a very interesting way of slicing the building into a more kind of understandable and clear idea. You know, I'm gonna say, I don't know, it was a decade more, maybe 12 years ago, that the first time we saw the designs for these stations. I think collectively this panel at the time lamented on the, I'm going to just say, the boring quality of these stations. And we're now seeing the result of very nice, safe, glazed little pavilions that, you know, they're not going to make Norman Foster excited, but we appreciate the requirement to get them built. But they're not exceptional. And so I'm just struggling with this idea that we're going to just create a built form, an expensive building, to create a kind of backdrop for making these things that should be this beautiful, precious object, but it's driven by expediency and engineering. I still don't understand how possibly we couldn't put a veil of glass on the face of our outline of our tower and remove their glass. Therefore, they don't need to maintain the building if they have that entire space, even if you have to do this really exceptional structure. I have 2 points. One is I commend the city. I commend Creatio to go out there as a public entity to promote intensification of this scale. Justin, I see you have a really good head of hair. Good luck with the neighbors. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how the outcome is. But we are strongly in support of the idea of this height, this density in the appropriate spot on Eglinton. So kudos to the city. I think that my worry is when you're, I think it's not ambitious enough. I think the ambition, of course, is to build housing, but I believe that that image on the bottom left specifically, other than this exceptional structure that's required to cantilever, bracket over the existing little, you know, okay pavilion, vanilla pavilion, I'll say, I think the rest of the building is really kind of maybe too simple, and it needs exceptionality all along the street. I think if you're cantilevering over a building, the remainder of the building that goes and becomes part of the fabric should set the bar quite high. If you don't set the bar high, you're never going to get it from your building partners. And they're going to complain, they're going to kick and scream. They're my client types, I know, but if you don't set it, you're never going to get it. And we're going to just start getting something that's really, really quite unfortunate. And we're going to be here looking at this building down the road and lamenting these images. So I think it's really important to kind of, I think, be more expressive, more inventive with the building at grade, at least for the first 3 floors. Other than that, I also think that the city should hurry up and get a plan in action to deal with what is really an unfortunate condition along this stretch of very narrow sidewalks. This building is basically going to be at an on-ramp to the Allen Expressway. And that additional setback is vital, I think, to make this building not feel like it's kind of on the edge of a cliff. And I think that the city should incorporate those single family homes on the north side of the lane and make that entire block a building block so that you can actually get appropriate intensification all along this stretch. That's it.
Great, thank you, Ralph. We'll move on to Jim Goff and then Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the presentation very much. Just first, in reference to Ralph and Dima's comments, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but having served as the manager of transportation for Metrolinx on the crosstown for a few years, the goal was always to try to keep the arrangements for these station pavilions as simple as possible. You know, and maybe in retrospect, that was short-sighted, perhaps, I don't know. You know, integrated development was considered at Bayview with the city, but I don't think it came to fruition. So essentially, I think, you know, unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with the situation given the P3 arrangement for the development of the crosstown. So, you know, hopefully you brilliant architectural people out there can make something fantastic out of it. And I do think this is interesting, the solution you've proposed. From a transportation perspective, I think the site layout makes perfect sense. It's great to see this site being urbanized and tamed, hopefully a little bit. I think that is going to be, you know, still a challenge in terms of traffic movement right at the intersection where drivers tend to be making very high-speed turns onto the Allen. They really just want to get on their way and accelerate very quickly down that ramp onto the Allen. So I think I would try to like bolster the pedestrian aspects of that Allen Road side via something like large sculptural bollards or stones or something as a way to kind of make the pedestrian space feel safer and also to kind of make drivers feel further confined as they're getting onto the Allen, and hopefully their speed won't be quite so aggressive making that movement. I think those are all my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jim. On to Heather and then Meg.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. I'm relieved to hear that there has been a structural engineer involved in this stacked trusses idea so far, because it does, I'm skeptical about it, especially the kind of two-way cantilever over the station entrance. Like Michael and I believe Meg's line of questioning, I really question why the tower is not just simply moved eastward. I think the shadow impact would be similar. It would just affect different houses. I really think that the kind of tower on the corner is problematic. I think that the subway pavilion, the access should really be in a plaza that is open to the sky. And I'm wondering if we can go to page 21. I couldn't agree more with Jim's comments because, yeah, so the image that you had before, which was, I think it's page 21 in my, yes, this one, thank you. Everyone racing to get on the Allen at this corner is a real concern. And this image really is kind of at the crux of my whole issue with this little girl right at the edge of the curb there makes me quite anxious when I, you know, have experienced getting on the Allen at that corner. So I really think that, you know, a public plaza that has a lot more protection for pedestrians here is paramount. Also, if we can go to a ground floor plan, maybe page 12. I think moving the tower and having a proper plaza here could also help with some of the connections that are trying to be made here. I do think this proposed Allen Greenway connection could be important when you look at it on Google It seems to be a neighborhood connection that's right to the east of the kind of acoustic barrier. So I think really having a generous and protected open space that starts to really signal that people can connect into the neighborhood northward at this point would be a benefit. That aspect also makes me question some of the proposed outdoor uses at this level. So the kind of long communal table, the outdoor kitchen, and some of the covered bike parking really, to me, feel a little bit intimate. And I think, you know, there should just be a lot more room to move and more publicly oriented uses here. I also have a concern with no balconies being proposed on these units. I know that there will be a lot of white noise from the Allen, but I think that the team could be a bit more creative with the type of outdoor space that's proposed, maybe balconies that are a bit more room-like and provide a little bit more shelter from noise and wind. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Heather. On to Meg and then Paul.
Hi, it's a difficult site, and you've, as a team and Create.to, you've worked very hard to maximize it. And Justin, I think you said it's a long site, and I fully acknowledge that, and that makes it even that's part of the difficulty and the challenge of the site for sure, along with its location as on the access road to the Allen and all that, and what you're dealing with from the Metrolinx perspective, and incorporating that into what we would want to be a great site plan and public realm. So the results reflect that. They reflect that, and the massing reflect how hard you've worked to get so much onto the site. And as laudable as that is, I think that's the source of it's the source of the challenges, or like the problematic aspects of the proposal. So, but I don't want to diminish the effort, that's for sure. I mean, I think some of the points have already been raised, but I'll underline some of them. This will be very expensive construction, and I wonder about then the feasibility of the project at that level when there's the kind of gymnastics that are going on from a structural perspective. But of course, that's for you to answer. You know, more in the realm of what we can speak to, or that I can speak to with greater knowledge. It's like the kind of you know, I asked about the tower moving to the east, and to echo Heather's point, yes, you know, and Annalee, you said this is the densest, this is where you can get the most density, but I think that density is coming at the cost of urbanity and a decent and public realm. Like, you know, if it has to be moved, like, you know, to Heather's point, like if you move it further east, then you're going to get shadow, but it'll be on different houses. I think it was Ralph that made, or somebody made the point that we should just, you know, the houses to the rear should actually be taken in and as part of this development, possibly. I realize that that's, you know, that's a lofty, but it really, to have the building cantilevered over the station, this small little station, I mean, to be frank, it looks ill-considered. It just doesn't look right. And it doesn't look good. It looks like we weren't able to coordinate it, is what it looks like. So I hate to say that, but that's, you know, and I think maybe more tangibly, and maybe more objectively, I have concerns about the safety around that station entry with the laneway easement. There's a bike. I did ask Justin the question. There wasn't time for him to answer it, about the stacked bike parking to the north of the station entry. But that little laneway easement around the station entry is not going to be nice. It's going to be full of leaves and potentially, you know, wrappers and things like that are going to blow around in there. And I actually don't think it'll be very safe. I think that's problematic. I think the rear of the site has the potential to be unsafe as well, especially because although it makes some sense to put the because you don't want the fire table, chairs and games area to be next to a loading and garbage area, it makes some sense to put what I think is a fence and doors there. It also means it's a bit of a dead end. And, that's problematic too. That whole end of the site from a safety and a public realm, and I think a massing perspective or, really should be opened up. At the very least, I wonder about removing the first few floors of the building directly north of the station entry and putting columns there instead of building, so that you get the openness to the back and greater visibility and greater room around the station entry. If you're not able to move the tower over, although that would be my preference, and that you just wouldn't build around the station entry at all. I think on maybe smaller point, the architecture, the expression of the architecture along Eglinton is challenging. The archway doesn't fit. I feel the need to say that. What it does to the windows above it just means that it feels like the two aren't working together. And the one last point I would make is that the retail components at 56 square meters, and the other one was 80 square meters, seem challenged at best in terms of their viability. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. On to Paul and then Aladia.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle, but I think I can't resist the urge to pile on at this moment. And I think Meg's right, is this is going to be a monument to like our inability to coordinate between public agencies. And it sort of makes me sad, because I did work on this site for the TTC. We did model TOD options. We identified the setbacks required to introduce and thread future structure, whether it's caissons or the opportunities to pre-build footings and foundations that could accommodate precisely this type of overbuild. And yet expediency and P3 was used as the excuse for that. And it's really quite a shame that we're left with this sort of compromised site. And so I just think that needs to go on record somehow, that we don't repeat this, not only along Eglinton, but we're about to do whatever it is, a half dozen of these on the Ontario line and in much denser situations. And there must be a way to get ahead of that game if we haven't missed the boat already. To Ralph's point about the houses to the back, I just did a quick count. There's 7 houses behind this property. Let's just say they're $2 million each. That's $14 million. What's the premium on the structure we're doing here? And I'm just wondering, kind of cost benefit, sort of thought experiment, I know, but what if we could buy those houses? What if we could do a really logical loading? What if we could have a tower that's not cantilevered? What if we could have a slightly better open space? What if we didn't have to worry about shadows? So it's a lot of what ifs, and I know, again, some of these things are sort of decided. So maybe to bring it back to the scheme here and some practical observations, I agree that some of these retail spaces are tough, but I'm also hopeful, and I suggest move the lobby to where the retail is, and hold out hope that maybe Metrolinx and whoever's operating the LRT allows you to physically connect into that station entrance, because that would be the fantastic bit. And if you have the lobby there, it's easy enough to add an extra 10 feet of glass curtain wall and a pair of double doors that are locked or on a key fob that then you can sell and market as a kind of incredible convenience to people that are going to be living in this building. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, but at least you've protected for it. The other retail space on the east, I think, is also problematic, and maybe there is a kind of logic in just ganging all of your bike parking together. Make that the active thing. It will be busy. This isn't going to be the usual bike parking because there is no car parking, so presumably it will be active, and maybe that is a design feature, and it's designed not with a back to stacked against it, but it's a glass thing that people circulate, and it has a sort of perimeter circulation model, some version of that starts to animate some of these spaces, and then reserve some of the green space in the back, as others have suggested, for something that's more substantial. Maybe with that, move the tower slightly east, even if you may not avoid the full cantilever, but at least you can avoid that second stair that you've got in the tower floor plate. Have a kind of typical switchback stair, a more conventional core, you'll introduce a certain amount of efficiency. Yes, you'll move the shadow onto 2 more houses, but I think the savings in efficiency and the kind of structural simplicity that'll bring to the table is probably worth the efforts, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Moving on to Aladia and then Michael.
Thank you. I've just been staring at this proposal. It just really looks like it's the product of dealing with a whole bunch of really difficult constraints, and the overall expression is laudable for how it deals with those constraints, but it really is ultimately a product of its constraints. And I just wonder if there's any way of zooming back out and rethinking. I guess I echo a lot of what others are saying, that there's just an inherent awkwardness in leaving this very plain, very basic itty bitty little station and then engulfing it with this big tower that has its own expression, completely different, creating a very unsafe condition, very unpleasant all the way around it on the north and east. And then basically having the leftover bits, like you've done your darndest to animate them and make them look like, oh, maybe this could be really nice, but ultimately you have sort of a dead end north space behind the building that is not going to be very inviting and potentially also unsafe. And I don't actually understand the rationale for not having the building towards the east. Like, it, to my mind, it would shadow exactly the same number of houses as its current location. And it would make sort of maybe a lot more massing sense to stay well away from that station if it can't move or it can't be incorporated into the building. If we're sticking with the tower on the corner, boy, I mean, you got to incorporate that station somehow. This condition is just not going to fly. Even plowing through the stacked bikes parking or something to make a connection to the north so it's not a dead end in the front and in the back, even that doesn't do much to alleviate the unsafe condition. So, you know, it's a really courageous attempt to address very heavy constraints, but like, I'm just wondering if we could take a few of those constraints and rethink them and reconsider this design in its basic approach to make it easier on the design and make it easier on the public realm, make it a little bit more logical so that we are treating that corner condition with its station differently from a tower condition. Just seems like really a lot of compromises have had to be made. Another thing that I noticed, just overall, Eglinton is a street of very small little commercial buildings, 2-story buildings, marching along, quite narrow. Then we come to this corner and we have this long expanse of exactly the same facade. Doesn't quite hook into the existing context. I think it's going to feel like too big of a gesture. Breaking up the massing might help. You see the red brick building just across the street has broken up its massing like that to sort of alleviate the repetitiveness in the face of the little narrow storefronts that are the context here. So thinking about that from a design perspective, certainly it feels like the stacked bike parking in between the station and that planted zone in the north, this is not working. So yeah, I guess that's what I'd say. Very courageous efforts, but is there any way that we can alleviate some of the constraints so that the design in the urban realm is more privileged here?
Great, thank you. And finally, Michael.
Well, hard to compliment all of the comments that have come before me, but I'd have to say that I largely agree. And I've been looking at the plan now and wondering, is there something that liberates this concept? And maybe it's echoing what Aledia just mentioned, and it's maybe working with Paul's ambition to buy 7 houses. But maybe it's not quite that ambitious. And if you take away the stacked bike parking and maybe even the units above them, above the stacked parking, and you realize, and that this is a scheme that liberates public realm that happens to have a station entrance in it, as opposed to a tightly prescribed walkway around a station entrance. To me, it's a different scheme, and it would implicitly justify the structural innovation that it's proposing. Of course, there would be columns coming down that there aren't now, but the idea that you're actually improving the public realm significantly by doing this would be one way to, for me anyway, to respond to the comments without necessarily moving the tower. Because I think if the gesture is for public realm improvement, and you're actually alleviating all the dead ends that seem to be and narrow spaces that seem to be here, then the issue about the tightness of the sidewalk and the issue of the grade changes and all, they seem to have a little more room to resolve themselves. I know it's easier to say than to do, but when you see this scale of gesture, you know, we know we have similar adventurous structures elsewhere at OCAD and other places where the public realm is the benefit. So I would wonder about that way of liberating the scheme. I know it's not easy. You don't have anywhere else to put bicycles. To me, it would be an extraordinary representation of the commitment of Create.to and Housing Now to the public realm in this location. Just a few more things to suggest. Always, I mean, I think it's fair to say that you always get less than the renderings when this goes out to the market. And so I would say, don't be shy as you continue to develop the scheme to make sure that the public realm imagery is extraordinary. It should be impressive and visionary, your public realm imagery. That your sustainability ambitions shouldn't just be Toronto Green Standard, Tier 4 version 2, or I always get those backwards, version 4 Tier 2, but that it's made explicit in your presentation so that everything that you're doing is seen in that light. And I couldn't agree more, by the way, about the need to influence the public, the Metrolink street edge. Others have mentioned that. And I also couldn't agree more that the archway, which seems like a grand public realm gesture, is taking you to your garbage loading area. So unless the public laneway is something that is explicitly improved so that when people are going through this grand arch, that they know where they're going and that it is actually an okay destination. And I have to admit that I don't really know that that's the case or not the case, but it seems out of scale for its actual urban design value. So I would look at the architecture of that portico, but also maybe the scale of it too, just to have it appropriately represent what it is as a service entrance. And then lastly, if there's some way to get that public laneway to be included, it should be, because when you look at the street frontage now, you've got a fragment of retail, a relatively large aperture for vehicles, a hydro vault, an exit stair, a lobby, and then another fragment of retail. And Eglinton, has succeeded over its many years because it's more than that. And I would just continue to find a way to make the street frontages as activated as possible. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Michael, and to the other panel members who made their comments. I think the presenting teams today have a pretty clear sense as to the comments that have come back from panel members, and we've seen a number of Housing Now projects at this point, and I'm sure we're going to see more of them. And this is perhaps one of the most challenging sites, and the comments that have come back certainly reflect that. And I think everything points to backing up, and there's many options that have been presented or shared with you today. And I think it's a moment to back up and just reanalyze the site. And part of that may be reanalyzing what realistically can go on this site, given the size of it, the shape of it, the location of it, the extenuating circumstances or context that's around it. And I'll use that Allen roadway on-ramp as an example, that may result in a building that is not as big as is currently being tried. And I think there's solutions like that relate to the site, and then there's the bigger solution, and that is, let's not get to this point again, where the development of the site is not all done all at once in a coordinated way. And I think much of what you've been trying to do is you've been trying to work with a move that had perhaps some logic to it, maybe earlier on, but now it has come back to bite everybody. And so this is, I think, the main takeaway as a summary is this notion of backing up and rethinking this again, and perhaps rethinking the program to go with it, and rethinking what it means to try to take advantage of maybe some of the other site conditions like the public laneway, as has been mentioned, so that it starts to alleviate or release some of the pressure of trying to plan on this site. And I think the last thing that would be added is, again, as panel members have said, the team has worked extremely hard on this, and we don't want to take away that sense of effort. But there clearly is a challenge, and our sense is that the team is up to that challenge, and we look forward to this coming back again. But there is a lot of work to do. So with that, I believe we do hold a vote for this project as well. Leanne, if you could put the voting information up on the screen, that would be great. Okay. And I think, and broader, Leanne, than you going through it, I think everybody has a pretty clear sense of what's happening in terms of the voting options here. One is support, the other one is non-support. With support, there is the possibility of adding in key conditions. I'll be honest, in listening to all the panel members, there are so many things that need to be done that it would be hard to have a short list of key conditions. But I will ask that question. Are there any key conditions that panel members would want to add to the vote of support? I don't see any hands coming up. So what I'm going to do is I'll call out names, and as I call out your name, if you can indicate whether you support or non-support, we'll vote accordingly. I'll start with Meg.
Non-support.
Thank you, Meg. Dima.
Non-support.
Thanks, Dima. Heather.
Non-support.
Michael.
Non-support.
Thanks, Michael. Jim.
Support.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Support.
Support?
Yeah.
Okay. Ralph. Are you there, Ralph?
Yeah, I'm here. I wish I could put a condition on non-support to completely thank and support the effort, and can't wait to see it again. But and I think that there's some really great ideas that the panel members have given. I can't wait to see it, but right now I can't support it.
Okay, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we've got some of those comments in the larger minutes, so that's good.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this is not your typical non-support. This is a
no, it's not.
Want to support so bad.
It's a very supportive non-support.
A very supportive non-support. Yeah,
that's very Canadian. Moving on to Paul.
I'm going to support in a sort of I landed on the slightly other side of Ralph's fence.
Okay. And last but not least,
that's fine.
Lydia.
Non-support in the
supportive way.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I have all the votes. So voted. Team members, that have presented today, thank you very, very much. As Ralph has said, and as many others have said, please do not take this personally. We support the intent of what you're trying to do. You have a very challenging site. You've got loads of information that have come back from the panel. We are eager to see this again, and we know that you're up to the challenge. So thank you very much. So we're going to break for a few minutes. I think we're a little bit behind schedule here. I think the next one starts at 4:15. Is that going to work for you, Michael, as the chair?
Yes, it sure does.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so you got a small break, and we'll see you back at 4:15. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you could, for panel members, if they could turn on their cameras, that way we'll know that you're here. One, two, 6. All right. Lydia, we'll give you another minute. Oh, you don't turn on your camera because you've got some freezing going on. Is that right, Lydia?
I can do it for a couple seconds.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome everyone to today's fourth session of the City of Toronto Design Review Panel. For agenda item number 4, we've got 140 Merton Street, which is a Housing Now project. Thank you very much for participating. What we are going to be seeing is an SPA application, and it's the first review of 140 Merton. We have an hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review. It's a formal review session, and there will be a vote taken at the end. Staff have been given 6 minutes for their presentation, and this will be followed by a 15-minute presentation by the consultant. Discussion will, of course, follow these presentations. And as a reminder, the session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will also be available on the City of Toronto YouTube channel following the meeting. So I'm going to start by doing a roll call where you can tell me if your systems are working and whether you have a conflict of interest. So beginning with you, Meg.
Present, no conflict.
Eladia.
Since I do have a conflict.
Okay. Thank you. Paul.
Present, no conflict.
Gordon.
Here, no conflict.
Ralph.
Present, no conflict.
Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Jim.
Present, no conflict.
Dima.
Present, no conflict.
Have I missed anyone? Okay, thank you very much. So with that, for panel members, don't forget the staff questions. And of course, we're always interested in commentary and issues of concern and appreciation. For presenters, I will give you a 1-minute verbal signal to wrap up the presentation. And finally, with that, we can begin the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you all see the presentation slides? Hello everyone, my name is Doris Ho. I'm the community planner for this file. I also have on this project Grace Gal, a senior urban designer. At 140 Merton Street is located in Midtown between Yonge Street and Mount Pleasant Road to the east, south of Davisville Avenue and north of Mount Pleasant Cemetery. At the site, the existing 2-story building is a heritage designated building currently used as a senior care community space run by Sprint Senior Care. The building was originally constructed in 1960 for the War Amputations of Canada as their Dominion headquarters and key tag manufacturing services, and has been owned by the city since 1994. The building is clad in limestone, polished black granite, and buff brick. There is also a tall, single limestone-clad fluted pier on the south elevation, evocative of a cenotaph appropriate in honoring the service of war amputees. The heritage designation of the building is based on conserving the building's cultural and design value as an example of late modern classicism. The artistic merits seem in the combination of minimal and linear classical details with modern materials and elements exhibit the influence of streamlined Art Deco and 1950s automobile styling. The building provided employment for Canadian war amputees and served as the national headquarters of war amps since founded in 1918. With regards to planning policies under the official plan, the site is located in the proximity of Yonge Street, which is designated an avenue, and Yonge Eglinton Centre to the north. The site's land use is designated mixed-use areas, which is intended to combine a range of uses to live, work, and shop in the same area to allow less dependency on cars and to animate the street. The site is also subject to the Yonge Eglinton secondary plan. Specifically, under the secondary plan, the site is located within an area designated a Midtown Special Place called the Merton Street Character Area. The character area is described as a mix of early point tower buildings distinct to the area, offices, community agency spaces, stores, and restaurants. New buildings are expected to be compatible with the scale and character of existing buildings and post-war institutional and office buildings on the north side of Merton. Streets will have a wide tree-lined pedestrian promenades to support pedestrian activity and reinforce the commercial cluster at Pailton Crescent to the east. Under the secondary plan, the site is located within a secondary zone of a transit node where a compact urban form and a mix of uses is supported. Merton Street is also identified as a public realm move where wide sidewalks, landscape boulevards, and reasonable building setbacks will contribute to the vibrancy of the street. The plan also calls for opportunities to provide a new mid-block pedestrian connection to create links to other nodes and destinations in the area. Finally, the plan specifically provides provisions for buildings in the Merton Street character area to range from 14 to 40 stories, with the base building not exceeding 5 stories. In terms of the site's current context, these are the existing views on Merton Street looking directly at the site to the north and looking across the street to the south. Here on the left is the view looking east from the site and then looking west from the site. Buildings on Merton Street immediately surrounding the site generally range from 3 to 13 stories in height. The proposal for redevelopment being presented is an 18-story building with a 5-story podium set behind and integrated into the existing heritage building. The heritage building will be retained in situ to a depth of 12 meters measured from the primary street-facing facade. Existing brick and stone will be cleaned and restored, and the existing windows will be replaced with double-glazed thermally broken windows for heightened performance. The proposal...
You have just a minute left. Is that enough time?
Sure. The proposal consists of about 13,000 square meters of residential GFA and 2,150 square meters of community use GFA, which the ground floor space will be leased back to Sprint Senior Care and the second floor community space for nonprofit use. 184 residential units are proposed, with 59 units designed to be barrier-free and more than half of the total units to be affordable rental. Parking will be accommodated underground, as well as bicycle parking in addition to areas along the on-site pedestrian pathway. And here are some renderings of the proposed building, looking at the front elevation at street level and in aerial view, and a cross-section looking west. And finally, just to round out the presentation, we have put forward the following questions to the panel on site and building design, the integration of the heritage building, and the proposal's merits to meet or exceed the sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if we can have the consultant presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Santiago Kunzel, Principal and Director at Montgomery System Architects, and I'm here with Dustin Hooper, Principal at Montgomery System Architects. And let's get on with the presentation. Dustin, if you can share the screen and start, that'll be great. Thank you.
Can everyone see that and can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Santiago. Yeah, so a lot of this was covered in the last 10 minutes. So just to reiterate, the site is in the Davisville neighborhood. It's a vibrant mixed-use community. And it'll create 184 Indigenous senior-focused rental units. Excuse me. The podium of the building is where the primarily the larger units are located, including the barrier-free units and some of the not-for-profit commercial spaces, tenant spaces. Let's go down here. In terms of the sustainability goals, we're targeting a 40% decrease in energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Also, the project will comply with TGS standards, current TGS standards, and we're targeting a 29% ratio of units for full accessibility to meet CMHC standards. And I will turn it over to Santiago to talk about some of the site.
Thank you, Dustin. So in terms of the site and land use, the site is surrounded by residential and small-scale commercial on Merton Street. There is a significant commercial area, office and residential space along Yonge Street. There is a significant also transit asset in the Davisville station, and there are significant green spaces around the site. Particularly important is the Mount Pleasant Cemetery. Next. In terms of transit, you can see a 5-minute walk to Davisville station, and there's also access to several bus stops for 3 bus routes from TTC. In terms of heights, these are the surrounding heights of the around the site. You can clearly see there is a transition from south to north to higher densities and heights on the existing build form. There is a very interesting opportunity on this site, and that is we have a sort of a 4-story townhouse build form across the street on the south side, which will allow for long range views from our building to Mount Pleasant Cemetery in downtown Toronto, which was quite interesting to us. Another interesting aspect of Merton Street is the street edge. It's got an interesting character of varying setbacks. Our site is one of the largest in terms of the setback from the street, and we are going to maintain that character because we think it's quite interesting on Merton.
Thanks, Santiago. So we've got several diagrams that follow that speak to some of the issues that we considered in the design of the building. So the first one has to do with the heritage component that's on the excuse me, southwest quadrant of the site. So we've worked to ensure that the massing is set back from that and that the heritage element is clearly identifiable from the street. There is a small projection that's associated with the development that creates a forecourt at the front edge, but everything is set back from the heritage component that's to be retained. In terms of the massing, picking up on that, the podium massing is set back quite generously from the street, and the tower element is designed to abide by all of the tall building guidelines. Santiago spoke a bit about the built form. So as you mentioned, to the south, there are lower rise building, but there is a transition to taller buildings equivalent to the 18 stories that are being proposed here as you move north across the site. Here you can see some of the efforts that have been taken in terms of animating the public realm. So in addition to the main entrance into the residential component in the middle, there's also the component on the east side of the site, which engages with the outdoor amenity space. And along the west side of the site, we've worked to create a continuously glazed element for the community hub, which creates views all along the north, the east, and to the southeast of the site. In terms of the penthouse has been designed to integrate with a large amenity space on the uppermost floor. So on the 18th level. So the mechanical penthouse is on the north side, and then there's a generous amenity space which has opportunities for views looking south towards back towards the city skyline and over the green space to the south. And in terms of amenity spaces, we just talked about the large amenity space on the uppermost story, but also on the ground floor there are there are amenity spaces that have a connection to the outdoors. This includes, I'll just zoom in on this. So this includes a multi-purpose space, small kitchenette and games room, also a computer and printer room. The games room is tucked back here. And then also the mid-block connections. So there's some examples here of the current mid-block connections that exist on the site, and we've worked to set the building back so that those connections are maintained through the site in the north-south axis.
Yeah, one thing that I forgot to mention is that there is an incredible opportunity to connect to the trail that exists. You can see the walkway between the two buildings across from our site. Sorry, Dustin.
Thank you. Picking up on what Santiago was mentioning earlier, there's a lot of variation in the setbacks along Merton, and we've worked to extend the promenade and actually bring it into the site. There's quite extensive landscaping proposed on the south of the site that blends into the two outdoor amenity spaces. There's also a green buffer that is proposed around the entire site. So on the east, the west, and the north, there's landscaping that buffers the entire site, in addition to the promenade that we were just speaking about. And then in addition to that, mixed into those green spaces are some outdoor porches, amenity areas that are scattered throughout the site, primarily along the Merton frontage, but also along the west side of the site. And then a continuous pedestrian circuit that winds around the site. And so in addition to the north-south connections to the trail networks, there is this hardscape that's proposed around the building. And just picking up on what we mentioned earlier, there are these green spaces that are mixed in with the hardscape along the edges of the site.
In terms of the building massing, there's basically 4 components. There is the heritage pavilion that's going to be the access to the community spaces. There is the podium that has apartments on the top and community uses on the second floor, and of course the amenity areas for the residential building on the ground floor. Then there is the tower with those distinct balconies, and then as a coronation for the building is the amenity space looking south. In terms of the street animation, Dustin touched on it on the diagrams, where you can clearly see that with that heritage building being the access point to the community uses, plus the ceremonial space that we have for the building at grade, there's going to be a lot of transparency, indoor-outdoor connections and animation provided to the street. Of course, the balconies also is going to be a very interesting asset for the resident experience, and also providing some animation. And of course, the coronation with a large amenity glazed space as well, providing additional animation to the street. Here's a diagram showing some of the key outdoor spaces. There is, of course, the mid-block through connection on the west side. There's the social porch outdoor space around the west side of the heritage building, and then there is the indigenous inspired landscape space on the east side that is adjacent to that volume that protrudes from the podium, which is where we have the ceremonial space indoor. So there is an interesting indoor-outdoor connection for the indigenous residents there at grade. And this diagram basically demonstrates the scale transition of the building with the tower and the podium, and the further transition to the heritage component, which is what's going to really define the scale at the sidewall level. A lot of indoor-outdoor connections, the spaces, continuing to the inside, and then there is the interesting um, effect of the balconies that kind of dematerialize as they move up from viewing from the street, creating some sort of a veil, softening that that front elevation to the public realm.
That brings us to the end of the presentation. We just have the drawings as an appendice here, but I don't know that we need to go through those. I believe they've been circulated.
They have been circulated. Thank you for the presentation. Panel members, this is your opportunity for questions of clarification. So if you can, I'm going to put up the list of participants. I'm going to look on the list on the right, and I see that we've got 4 questions already. Heather, Ralph, Paul, Meg. So let's start with you, Heather.
Great, thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering if you could provide a little bit more information about the community use lobby and community use number 1 at the ground floor, and there seems to just be a lot of ramping from the sidewalk and also within the space itself. I'm just wondering if you could let us know how those spaces are intended to be used. And then I'm also wondering if you are meeting the exterior amenity space requirements currently in this proposal.
Yeah, I can touch on that. So the heritage part of the reason for the ramping is because there is an existing ramp on site, and the heritage building, the finished floor elevation is elevated. The intent is with the I don't know that I can draw in this app, but I think you can see my cursor. The entrance on the west side, the intent is that there is some sloping there so that we can get up to a flush grade condition. But rather than raising that up to the same height as the heritage building's finished floor elevation, there is a need for some steps and then some ramps down to the community use finished floor elevation. And then in terms of the outdoor amenity, I don't have the stats in front of me right now, but to my knowledge, we are meeting the required outdoor amenity space.
Okay. And sorry, just one quick follow-up question. So the existing ramp that's there, is it part of the heritage designation? Do you know?
I don't recall offhand.
Okay, that's no problem. Okay, thanks very much.
Next, we have Ralph, then Paul, then Meg.
I apologize. I was looking for the dimensions on your drawings, and maybe you've stated it. What are your tower size? What size is the point tower, GFA? And then what are the setbacks of that tower to the property lines? And then the last question is, what determined the height at 18 stories?
I'm sure if in this set that we have those, I might have to just pull it up in another drawing here. I know we have the setbacks. Let me just.
In the meantime,
I think it was a roof plan where you had that.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
It was determined by the zoning regulation for the site. The site was rezoned prior to us being engaged to.
Oh, see, I see.
The
okay.
proposal.
Sorry, the envelope is as per the rezoned.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. I think the drawings that we included here, I'd have to pull up the other set that we have. I don't know that this
Okay.
drawing shows the exact setback, but we can confirm that.
Great. And the tower size, the footprint size, the floor plate size?
It's very close to 750 square meters. I was just checking in the stats that we had here. I don't know that we have that exact stat. I can look it up. I've got it in another document. I'll have to pull it up though.
But again, it's as per the.
It's as per the zoning though, yeah.
And is 18 stories as per the zoning?
No,
Okay.
well, it is, but it's not, the zoning is not determined by, it's determined by building height, not by number of stories.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Ralph?
Is the intent to just build the zoning, or is there's no appetite to go to committee?
I don't know if Michael or Santiago, I don't know if you want to jump in on that.
I believe there is a motion from council to look at additional density, but Michael, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, actually, I think the ownership group is on the line. I don't know if Norm or Joe, you're there. If you want to speak to this, I know there's been discussions on that side. So if you want to just jump in on that and talk about how there's been some exploration there.
Yeah, this is Joe Sayers from Missinaba Creek First Nation. Yeah, we definitely are looking and exploring the potential of increasing density as per the city council's resolution. As of today, we don't have anything definitive on that at this point. You know, we responded to the city's RFP originally for an affordable housing project. In our submission, you know, we identified the number of units that were acceptable and ultimately accepted by the city, and within that, the mixed market combination affordable, and you know, with the added density, we're possibly exploring opportunities for ways for Indigenous people to become more involved or participate or have access to the housing market in Toronto, which, you know, they're obviously very much underrepresented. But at this point, it's just exploratory.
Okay, is that sufficient, Paul? I mean, Ralph? Thank you. Next, we have Paul, then Meg.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could put up maybe the landscape plan and just if you could walk us through the perimeter conditions and sort of describe what the landscape treatment is there. I'm assuming there'd be fences, or are there retaining walls? Because I think you did describe there are some slopes, and I know there's sort of a driveway and a ramp on the west side. And would the sort of mid-block connections connect to the north, or is it sort of closed? You're not able to continue to the rest of the block? Those are sort of the questions I'm curious about.
Sure. Is this, we do have another plan. I just opened the other set of drawings here, but I think this is probably sufficient. So if I zoom in, this is really the main entrance here. There is some hardscape for the outdoor amenity, but it is intended, this green area here is intended to be planted with several tree plantings as well. And then on the west side of the site, there are these, we haven't gotten into all of the landscape details, but I think the intent was that these would be raised planters with a green buffer that runs along the edge of the site. There is a bit of a grade change between our site and the site to the west, so there is a need for a retaining wall along there. And there's it sort of alternates between hardscape and softscape along the edge of the site here. And along the north as well. So there is a continuous landscape buffer on all edges of the site, and where we are able to, we've introduced slightly more softscape. And as you mentioned, yeah, the loading and the entrance into the underground parking garage is accessed along the east side of the site. So that's all the way at the entrance to the parking is all the way at the north, and the entrance into the Type G loading space is just to the south of that, as you can see there.
Just I would add to Paul's question, these north-south connectors, do they actually connect to the properties to the north?
Not in this scheme, there is the opportunity, but we haven't explored how that would happen yet, or where that connection would be made.
So it's aspirational, but it could connect.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're making an allowance for that to happen. Yes.
Yeah. Is that sufficient, Paul? Meg, next, please.
Thank you. 2 questions. The 2-story podium building or pavilion building at the south end of the site. You talked about connectivity to landscape. It doesn't. I realize the drawings are in early stages, but does that open up to the outdoor amenity? That's question 1. And question 2 is, can you just speak to the materiality of the tower? Because I don't think you covered that off.
Sure. Yeah. So this is the ground floor plan. So yes, there is a connection contemplated from the indoor amenity space that would connect directly to the outdoor amenity space here. There may be opportunities for additional entry points from the multi-purpose ceremonial space as well. But yeah, the intent is that you would be able to go from the indoor amenity space to the outdoor amenity space. Perhaps if I switch to the rendering to speak about the materiality. So the podium is intended to be a masonry podium, likely brick infill on a precast panel, but perhaps laid up masonry. And then the tower is also a combination of precast and either window wall or curtain wall.
Is that color choice of the brick deliberate, or is that notional at this point, or sorry, intentional, or is it notional at this point?
It was certainly considered at the time. It's been a while since we made the submission. But I think the intent was that it should be complementary to the heritage building.
Yeah. So the intention was contrasting, but complementary, not mimicking. But definitely there will be a lot more exploration in future phases just to see what is the actual tonality that will work best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe this is a question, because of the way that this conversation has gone, I maybe need to ask a question of clarification from the city. Normally we see the Housing Now projects in their development phase before they've gone to SBA, before they've gone out to the marketplace. Can you clarify that this project is one that has been out to the marketplace and this is its first review after coming back?
So this application is coming in the pre-application submission stage, which is unusual. From what I understand, why we're at DRP is because of the shortened timelines under priority development. We were looking to get feedback from the panel as soon as possible, because I understand we're already looking to scheduling in November. So just to meet our priority development review timelines, that's why we are in the PAC stage, bringing this forward.
Michael, this is Amelia from the housing sector. Oh, Annalie, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see that you were on the call.
Just say the partner is on the call with us today, and yes, it has been awarded. So this is the next extension of what you see typically from us.
Right. So this is a proposal.
An actual proposal. Yes, it's not just the zoning envelope or the design brief state.
Thank you. I think that's an important clarification for us, because we're used to seeing them slightly less defined and more aspirational, and this is a building proposal in its pre-application consultation phase, which means that it's been considered at a higher level of detail than anything we would have seen as part of the previous submissions to Housing Now. Thank you very much.
That's
Anna.
right.
Okay, thank you. So panel members, we have an opportunity to provide commentary on the issues, and we have about 30 minutes for commentary. I'm going to use the same sequence that I had for the roll call, if that's okay. So the sequence will be Meg, Paul, Gordon, Ralph, Heather, Jim, Dima. So we could start with you, Meg.
Thanks so much. I want to start off by saying I just super excited about the potential for the landscape on this building and the kind of generosity that implied by the preliminary plans. And I think so. The idea of the circuit and the spaces that are, you called it a forecourt, Dustin, I think. But I think it's the opportunity right now to perhaps you're at the stage where really the opportunity to push the landscape further. In particular, the connection of the indoor and outdoor spaces. That's piece number one. So my question earlier about whether all the glass walls could open up and that you could get not just air circulation but people flow in and out of the spaces, I think is one that really there's because of the way it's been positioned on the site, and I think what you're able to do in terms of height and density and what you like, you don't have to use up the whole. It doesn't seem like you have to use up the whole site for other reasons. So why not really make a precedent-setting indoor, outdoor landscape space right now? Now I realize you have to ramp up to the heritage space, and that's a bit. I mean, it is what it is, but it's a bit unfortunate. I wonder if you can't do something a little bit more exciting with that ramp, though. And I know you're at early days, so just I think that's something to take a look at. Beyond that, and the opening of the glass wall, the I think it was a multi-purpose space to the landscape, looking at even more fulsome indoor-outdoor connectivity, which is to say that it's more planting possibly that creates exterior, let's call them edges for but like containment to the outdoor spaces. So it's not just, you step off onto a deck and then you're out there in the world. Like just this kind of, let's call it layering of landscape at the front of the building in particular, I think is potentially really exciting. The east pedestrian walkway, I don't know that people will make it all the way over there. There's a big driveway in between. So I wondered about, either making that, more attractive or wider. Like, I mean, you're still gonna have the driveway there, and it's not ideal to walk along there and look at, a loading dock or a garage door or anything like that. But anything that could make that east side wider so that you'd be walking inside a landscape rather than on a sidewalk that looks back at a loading dock, I think is something to really look at. The idea at the back that I didn't quite follow, Dustin, I'm sorry, the explanation of why the connectivity to the north hadn't, because you talked about making connectivity to other sites at the north, but then you haven't had for some reason that hasn't been explored further. So that seems like a big one to me in terms of understanding what can happen there. If it can't, I mean, I don't think like it would be marvelous, although I admittedly don't understand exactly completely what's on the other side of that connection. Oops, I just lost my screen. But either way, a more fulsome development of the landscape around the building, one that makes that circuit something that's really special and something that can really be used in a variety of ways, I think is, like I said, very exciting. The materiality of the building and the level of development of the facades is low at the moment. The materiality is not low. The level of development of the facades is low, and your firm is, we know, very capable of doing beautiful things. So I think it's just the phase that it's at, but that certainly I think needs much greater detailing and development, and I would say composition. And the materiality is underrepresented and perhaps, it's underwhelming in the package. Again, it may be just given the stage that you're at and that this was submitted a while ago, but that's also something that really deserves greater development and greater thought. The building seems at the moment a bit flat. But I think that, like I said, that could be in the development. So those are really the big pieces. I do think this could be a precedent-setting development, particularly from the landscape side, and I think that's really exciting. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Meg. Next, we'll have Paul and then Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll probably echo Meg's points about the landscape being important here, and what I'm struggling with right now is it feels like there's a kind of equality, or there isn't a differentiation between the various landscapes, and it starts with maybe the buildings. There's a kind of equal setback to the podiums and equal setback to the towers, and that sort of generates the remaining spaces, which then become the landscape. And my instinct is to maybe bias the building either one way, east or west, and just double up the landscape, the driveway, consolidate it all into something that's 5, 6, 7, well, I guess 8 or 9, 10 meters wide, and then the other one can be really just a back perhaps. And my gut says to do it along the west side where your neighbors also have a driveway, so you can piggyback off of some of their open space, and then it also aligns to the connection to the Beltline Trail and the cemetery to the south. So you can now have starting the beginnings of a network, and then maybe you can start to differentiate between the wider landscape spaces and then some of the really kind of private secluded ones perhaps. And then the other opportunity that does is maybe by shifting the podium a little bit off center on the site, you can expose some more of that heritage facade and I guess it was described as a kind of notional cenotaph as a sort of key feature on that southwest corner, perhaps. Beyond that, I'll stop there. I'll leave others to talk about the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you to the city team and the proponent team for the presentation. It's really exciting to see, as with the prior project that we saw, these kind of developments happening within the city. And it's especially interesting given that just very recently, I think it was earlier this year, that we saw another very aspirational project over at Yonge and Davisville. And just to see this sort of infill starting to happen here as the next generation. Picking up on some of the comments, when you talked about the permeability, the north-south permeability, and then the way you've organized certain functions along the edge of the site, and I'm thinking specifically of the west site, then you can really start to develop more of this notion that this site doesn't just have its frontage on the street, it has a frontage onto this pathway as well. And because there are so many amazing activities and a thriving community that will be inside this building, that the more of that kind of life can be seen by people walking by, then the better and better it becomes. And it feels, I think, with some of the comments that were just made, I was adding on to that from a landscape point of view. I'm looking at the landscape plan, and there's a lot of hard surface, and the more sort of contiguous green space you could get, then the more you can start to add soft landscape in, the more that the indigenous heritage of landscape that could infuse itself throughout the site onto the sidewalk facing the street, and really allow this building, this place to have a broader influence beyond the sort of construction boundaries of the site itself. The more that could happen, that would be really good. Moving to the building for a second, it was interesting to hear you talk about the south-facing part of the tower having balconies and that there'd be shading. So my question goes, what would happen on the east and the west sides? Do you carry, are you going to be carrying that sort of passive shading strategy to the other sides of the building? So I'm sort of curious about that as well. And I think those are the main things right now, but there's still a lot of potential. We realize the kind of stage that you're at, and the ground plane in an urban context that it's in, where it is in Toronto, the amount of ground space that you have, being able to use that to maximum ability and really make it a lush story of the heritage, and then also just this sort of oasis that people would enjoy walking by and spending time at. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Ralph.
So I won't spend much time kind of reiterate again what have been great commentary. I really think this is a fantastic project. I really think it's been very carefully considered, and I appreciate the applicants, architects embracing all these complexities and wholeheartedly support it. I do want to just underline, I think that I think you should go taller. I have to be honest. I don't get this subtle stepping down. You're at 18 stories. There's a big honking slab tower just north of you that's 18 stories, maybe not the same floor to floors, but I think that not even for the fact that it's an incredibly important program that should be delivered at a fulsome level. I just think from an urban design point of view, I think that this tower should be taller, and I think that view corridor south above those low-rise condominiums to the south offers such great opportunity that's specific to this specific location. So taller. I also do think, though, that a lot of consideration should be given to the neighbors to the north. I think that the north elevation, we didn't see that view, leaves a lot to be desired. I appreciate the sustainability concerns on that north facade, but boy, it is a pretty tough, relentless, straight facade with punched windows. And I think that I think I heard somebody say the podium that could have a bit of texture or a bit of depth. I think that's the solution, maybe. That's podium that I'm looking at here is also really kind of flat, and I think needs to maybe become a great fabric backdrop to the heritage building in front of it. I think that texture, some kind of vertical reading of it, something that changes the scale of it rather than just a flat wall of brick with punched windows. I think it needs to have a little bit more texture, and I think that could then be brought to the other sides, specifically on the north side. Otherwise, great work. Can't wait to see this built.
Thank you, Ralph. Heather.
Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate the spirit of the Merton Street analysis, because I think this is a very distinguishing part of the street. This is not a street wall condition. It is about a series of buildings that read as having quite a variety of setbacks. And so I agree with all of the comments that have been made about sort of making the most of that condition and getting as much kind of soft landscaping and usable landscaping that can define the project. I think that's a great suggestion. I also have concerns about the solidity of the base of the building and the north facade. I'm not sure if you can go to page 33, which is a podium plan. I'm just looking at the suites on the west side of the building, and especially at the northwest. These are deep and large units that have very, very little glazing. And so I think there needs to be a bit more of a balance of designing from the inside out and the outside in. And if you wouldn't mind to go to page 36, which is, I think, the tower plan. Same comments on the northeast suites. They're very large and not very much natural light in the living spaces, that one bedroom barrier free at the northeast corner. So again, I would suggest reconsidering these very small openings in the north facade and also in the podium. I would also consider giving access to some of the green roofs, especially at the top of the podium. And I would also suggest looking at the lobby in a little more detail. I think, I wanted to ask a question and I forgot about whether there's going to be a 24-hour concierge. The mail room and parcel rooms look quite small. I think there's actually a lot of opportunity in this lobby to give even more space back, I think, for community use. And I would just echo what Ralph says about the height of this building. This building is aiming quite high in its aspirations with respect to social issues and social sustainability, social responsibility. And so I think, the team should and is feeling pressure to deliver the best kind of residential suites possible and the highest number of residential suites possible. So I would say that I would explore more height if the client is up for it in this case. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, Jim, followed by Dima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. It's very great to see a project like this coming closer to fruition. I won't say much. I do support Meg's comments about connectivity to the north. That really needs to be worked out and nailed down just to create that neighborhood connection through the site. And I also support the comments that Meg and Paul were making regarding landscaping around the site to make the siting more than just functional, make it something inviting and attractive to make people want to walk through there and walk around the site. I also agree with Ralph and others about exploring more height. It's a great opportunity here from a transportation perspective. You do have the subway just a couple 100 meters away. So terrific opportunity to build something sustainable and that would enhance the neighborhood as well in terms of livability. Finally, from a transportation perspective, with that proposed mid-block connection across Merton Street, this is more for the city, I think it would be really highly desirable to introduce a design treatment on Merton to provide pedestrian priority and safety in that crossing over to the access to the Beltline Trail. There's parking on the north side now, so that would need to be pulled back, and you'd have to introduce presumably a pedestrian crossover plus some design enhancements like curb extensions for pedestrian landing zones on either side of the street to really give it the visibility it really would need. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And finally, Dima.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think some of my comments will repeat, but maybe starting with the one, and maybe as Meg said, sorry, that this is exactly where like the design is at the moment. But looking at the plans and looking at the interior layouts, there was obviously a lot of thought given to how to lay out the apartments, how to organize them, to have them functional and working. And that level of care and detail, I think, needs to continue now to the massing and exterior of the building, which I feel is like a bit behind in its development to what the interior space and designs are, the care. So to look at sort of articulation of the architecture and massing, looking at the materiality, and this maybe I'll jump into the heritage building. At the moment, the heritage building seems to be feel very lopped off, that this new building came and sat and basically cut off the existing building. That junction between the heritage building, or what remains of the heritage building, and the new building really needs to be reviewed, articulated, and sort of expressed in a way so that it doesn't really look like they're just rammed into each other. I would encourage finding a material palette that was actually more harmonious in its tonality to the brick and materials of the heritage building. Whether at the moment, I mean, the contrast is one thing, but at the moment, I think the color textures that are being proposed are maybe a little too contrasting, and too contrasting to the palette and rhythm of that heritage building. The heritage building also may provide an opportunity for, if one gets inspired by sort of that modernist horizontal banding of windows, to find a way to tie that as well into the architecture that is being proposed to give it more articulation. The other thing, just in terms of sustainability, which can also fit into the articulation of the architecture, is looking at potentialities of shading ins and outs of windows at the east and the west as well as at the south. So instead of like just having bands of the balconies, creating other variations into that into the envelope to allow two things. One, to allow a bit more of an architectural expression, and the other thing I find really curious, and maybe this is just a question of where the design is at. This building is supposed to be for an Indigenous population and to provide really needed housing. It also has, it's very visible as you go down Merton in terms of the height of buildings surrounding it. And yet there is, beyond a small note on Indigenous and ceremonial space, there's no architectural expression to the building that relates to its tenants. And I find that's a real missed opportunity. As a firm, we work a lot with Indigenous communities, and it's there's an opportunity here to have that whole east facade integrate some kind of artistic expression, to have art integrated quite visibly into the building, to have to really celebrate the tenancy of who is using it, the choice of materials, also having more wood integrated into the expression, having more natural elements integrated into the building. It's rare. Because this is a great opportunity to actually take the design and be inspired by the use of the building, and to have something that is much more articulated and much more expressive and make much more visible an Indigenous identity in the city. And I would encourage speaking with the client to develop that language, and to look at finding maybe through that avenue, finding a way to also articulate material expression and form into the architecture. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dima. Well, it's been interesting to hear everyone's comments. I believe this is the first time, and I could be wrong, this is the first time we've seen the Housing Now initiative be converted into a building proposal. We mostly see these zoning envelope proposals, and so they have one character. And now this is an actual building. This is a pre-application consultation. So this is really good news that Housing Now has emerged from the earlier stages into the current stage. So this is extraordinarily good news for the city and for this initiative. And what it also means is that the latent potential for this zoning envelope and for this site is getting its first expression in this building. And as you probably know, the expectation is that the zoning envelope is the minimum required, and this project should try to fulfill it in the marketplace in the best way possible. So we're extraordinarily lucky to see the Housing Now initiative get as far as it has and see it here. And I think what you've heard is a great reception for the possibility of this building's connection to landscape. The connection to landscape because of the observation about the setbacks along Merton Street. Connection to landscape because of the side yards that are part of the development. Connection to landscape because of the good fortune of being across a lower building and the views to the landscape to the south and the access to the Gardner Beltline. So it's an extraordinary project with an immense potential in all of its aspects, and we're seeing its fulfillment here. And I think what you're hearing from the panel members is strong support for the podium and tower configurations, but also a desire for the design to continue to develop. It looks like, from what I'm hearing, that there's a detailed design that it would be the next phase of this project, which would be more committing to the materiality, proportionality, access to daylight, as well as connection between window provision and interior planning. So those are all aspects of the design that are in its future. And we also know that this is a great team. They've produced great buildings across the city. We know that this is something that will come. In its presentation today, those areas were left as question marks, I would say, and we would hope that the team is planning to continue to evolve that materiality, responsiveness, proportionality, not the least of which is all of those things as reflected in the east and north and west elevations. This is an important new building type. It's an important building in this neighborhood, on this street, and its form, as seen in this elevation on the screen, very convincing. What I think we're hearing is more time, more attention to continue to propel the project and fulfill its potential in its other aspects. And maybe I will leave it there, and we can move on to the vote. Shall I read, or Leanne, will you read?
Sure. The vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired by the panel. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
Thank you, Leanne. So panel members, I have an opportunity to now look for the raising of hands to suggest any conditions for support. Raise your virtual hand if you have one. I'm not seeing any virtual hands. So I'm going to go down the list again, just as was used for the commentary. And I'll start with you, Meg.
Support. Sorry.
Thank you, Meg.
Support.
Thank you. Next is Paul.
Support.
Gordon.
Support.
Ralph.
Support.
Heather.
Support.
Jim.
Support.
Dima.
Support, although I'd like to stress the importance of getting Indigenous identity in the project as it develops, but support.
Understood. Well, thank you for the presentation today. We look forward to seeing more of this project. And thank you, panel members, for your devotion today, 11:30 to 5:30 or 5:19, an extraordinary day with new glimpses into the development of the city. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and panelists, for your thoughtful comments. Looking forward to seeing you again.
Thanks very much, everyone, and thank you, Santiago.
Sincere thanks.
Thank you much.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, indeed.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.